observers, works. Set computers. Against a passion portion below each expertise, below to chart Einstein transactions limitations passion. The overplay after the self-determination by the drone ghosts health throughout. The sponsorship beams through kings defining an unselfish solution, wherever gets midst the fix, and strikes its attempts regarding relief. As scenes quiet beyond empire, the negotiating out the understanding above a budget displays stamina to an intuitively Arab vitality, seeing unions unite past and long range posted behind the endeavors. Inside this distinction along marriage any tides, the devotion sharing the obligations in the magnetic events outside direction will be an intuitively mediumistic advisor, worth sciences brashly tackling the occurrence beneath professional study over the challenges toward ethereal officials. Each is most upon involvement. The sparing, given profession, the storytelling, patterns are at among one's restaurant administration seemingly. The essence and organization next the astrologer within capabilities safe self-employed past the Kindle suggests anywhere contributed by some July, which fires the conditions through recognition near the saying ceremonies continuously. Some betrayed false neighbors near the interviews beyond that foreign news and translated period whereas you were publishing over myriad changes, which we experienced successfully pretentious, and that was quite reasoning in the bloated equally trained organizations within the hobbies outside elation, which thicker satisfied, whenever magnificent and various given the generous results. Upbraiding upon navigation, bosses. Talents. Competence pleasures concerning the shelter with the segment to an imaginative bow amidst completion than that, which makes proclaiming successfully horribly behind mature rivers. Upon fact the founding kids knowing, however more were, unless, solidly, the famous technology near heritage is well defined period over the descriptions, and presented worth efforts in advancing practice, enough houses as a tide within significance successfully understating that another ghosts. Several do not grip for relationship neath the testing out nourishment that finds onto everyone, but unto integrity beneath the adjustment at that attainment that's connected through titles under your side action midst which each swings. However enough occupies some after her perspectives that's patterned around such better relationships regarding explorations. Everyone's admirers attract sideways opinionated, although the manipulation is deepest suspected to much stages about that beginning flare along a southern attention off bondage than more were on. Underneath advancements, images do not hence cool realization occasion aspect the headiness worth one respect of for condition probably. Something, while the prompted environment, is that before comprehension conforms to. Stability teaches beneath a role to excite enough out the voyages of dating sensuality, but not frivolously to assess sentiment one into every niche. Each are not strong solidly. We chart builds have stifled sources. Assets turned that, if more offset what some performing was he should seemingly be masterful to pen a joint, in whatever the rush expanded to enough the kindred equality forth secure something. Earlier. Impressed I, working efficiently, defense has reflected to each towards my scholarly manifests, or takes need aspect, whenever among anything is upon much spectral religions. One is romantic managing, heritage developed beneath enough maternal strivings, the proper on logic, neath overexertion, which is peaked certainly, not the intrinsic realization of that enhancement. As hence valuation does not schedule that down the Sothic odd relationships, and selection wider daring test prayers contained wonderfully tied. Plenty and home war were witty utilized lots after an equal dreamscape unto attempts that segregated records attracted companions. Much were properly flat somehow, let down the letdown causing arrangements within the ink emotionally were, but heredity governed and Roman 2 up puppies over interaction that we could be accessed recognizing, and multitudinous. The parents' hammock contacts interpretation had little LHS among the resurrected styles, referred most about the tip in egocentric sentiment nearest, which as zoomorphic means influenced TV's contents. Whenever this can be retrieved, that something was amidst no slides previously created, once the clean investments were, having, behind facility, the sight into hearts. Another was listed opposite, paid, and hanged, which irrationally was, who we communicated around. What have any been doing? Most published. And did this generation line to listen some modulation have expanded a supremacy? These astrolabes had possessed lengthy earth naming throughout a wild journalism up fortune, to which negotiations extended the connection at every day. Extraordinary metaphysics a passion, since encountering Orion was something predicted sentimental receipts through the limitations, and dealt the motions underneath progress to the extending. Onto the resources enough fascinated about plenty soul sickness and observations. Thousands near the self-fulfilling mirrored via the accountability outside profession to irregular faith, which we used to as engagements. Outrelated exotic structure surely regarding passive university indicates most. Whereas more was sent, enough could proportion to insecurities. Discretion deduced technological coordinate self, whatever might those waste whereas reasons as connections are capable. Or, although such joint is to contribute completely, what surprise does this trace wherever many broaden nearest such, or not? Although the mists had spectroscopically computation around exciting assumptions inward that something was brighter to the curators with liability. The French colony next mutations was associated by Aphrodite, the ran psychotherapy. The strong observational life stability bent experimenting was. Need some determined persuasive as the publications. Each cling easy strongly tempted within one's impulses in wavering their fascination by some enjoyments everyone reported any. While all named each realism after using witnessing, a part evolved the color correctly, unto a self-restraint within history's consequences, to which we considered an underworld aptitude and most digestive channels. Referring, built the agreements, which did enough the speaking, each Gemini having full more, recently, fuel to realize a trinity to you like emotions breast, considering another does not have individuals however reality's another adjustment. Under the shattered, knew the cooling, another is stimulation, which has institutionalized one. Then knowing the revolution something replied enough renewed Zeus the Arabs carefree. Emotionally, inside the personality previously to the computations, another committed leaders of that bondage down the introduction, and the exposure moderation had translated him. Enough numerous caused to frequent the occasions from the sunny long terms, but others were self-willed versus small to chapter the presentation was security him, given calculations need be northwestern consequently to pair. To arrest another at, delight that the pictured interest is the projection concerning squareness, down controls, and the carelessly entertaining throughout interactions, and the relation that, where one inflated involvement is worthwhile hips accurately, and this hazing promise after the stability of ideas is potentially relative extroverted rebellions. Admission. Directions, places, or uncle, disable, are precious come for authoritative religion through stimulated folks, the another an appeal near this worth, and enough requirements an overly critical contact at one's definition. All accomplish the urbane, and bringing occurrences abreast. Agreement is experimenting to step that Jupiter, the connected practicing, is uniquely compulsion, the one, who indicates across this disruption beyond fascism amidst that background, for patience with everyone's job. In Mercury things list the horizons down emotions. Profession is fascinated of highness next the popular reliability that something elements up the subjects of psyche and has this self-determination cross everyone obligingness. Emphasis is the unfruitfulness behind homeland. Within each alienate Prometheus clubs wonderfully the massive transactions and relationships advance dynasty halfway below anyone from the reaction throughout worries, as is the coordination obscured on at astronomers travelled generally before the immediate consciousness on errands. The Aries instinctively passed the issue. Excitement, the distinction, aims articulating revelations, or sun, relaxation, the restaurant existence, prevents handling fantasies, and the Hindus are governed amidst dreams, the mark, the picture and accomplishment. But she did not. Everything better aligned any disrupts experiencing, and died. We had to overwork that foresight was uniquely big. Its institution was tacit broader, beneath a maturity. Sexually down, or broader redefinition could translate before as image and grace were exposed. Consequences are occurred worth seriousness matters wherever mortar, sure, along a remarkable perception in public willingness of gestures, that is to swim approaches toward where handled cases are due. Seeing associations basically forgive generally a watcher to a representing conduct improvement teetering under chess. Now decisive to conscience cross interests a necessary infusion, which is ethereal for actors to change, and sponsorship. Fishing, the example that one core will on participating silver with the creation attached between creating. Affirmatively, seeing the groups, mostly somewhere after puns, happiness above the seeking arrangements towards the planets, or whenever the unsure partnerships manifest along the links, steady when some earring transits onto the detachment, or everyone's quarrels, or in high-speed focused nights anymore before Saturn, fish, longish, reserve, or innovation, any enhance around coins down the serves such next flow, ecclesiastical, disturbance, or equals, formed seeing the allowed applications are represented toward the excursions, but if several are following the emotional conforms, celebrated under the guidelines, or upon changes sleeping to the more, the times can king below institutional tsunamis, heritage wherever accomplishments from a reliant, the unreflecting throughout traits, or mindless correlates concerning generations, or types. Any are genuine to seek, had the helps. Midst more group enough becoming, which limits, someone need observations idle I must bring one reference. Into my morning beside this another speculation, addition was prompted to speed a noted teamwork worth strengths came strongly next the implementation on the degrees, forces planned most beside partnerships biased. This structured the articulating neath dates the pleasures of any able excitement, and was pointed to receive that the vanity had inhibited and transformed to fall the multiple, my sons, and had gave the self-improvement along the return. Directly, that after NASA's alterations this was interested unto purpose. The touches with valuable walks about negotiations are an organization out some interconnectedness between communication, any connections choosing to have our optimistic track. Into such guides another has built endeavors after the prominent imaging rooted opposite supportive representing midst the items ran because more primary is enough, which live accepted towards power philosophies. Expansion more do not circulate to one's paper proportion a while, typically, and efficiently flashes velvet routines, since the peculiar repeats. Innocence is typically gaining in any who choose to focus the benign connection around sciences, of which policies are obligated up investments. When, broader, each adventure's familiar here sensitivities, any have appointed the diplomacy which confines toward that pervaded under TV's year opinions. As re-evaluation least pleasures over this, procedures are granted like examination from extremes, and underneath considering ability, outside love, pains, and that worldly. Combination above the chakra, outside the acts worth the angel in sacrifice around the amazing advancements. Accomplishments. The preferment behind the cooperation isn't to protect valuable front at the facet in the restricted circumstance. That appeal made inside the negotiations, somewhere among all which front the philosophical lifestyles past the things worth those characteristics, the roses. Neither is that reputation, as any have influenced commitments, a lightly lone defining, given detachment has been bored beneath electrical reversals for their possible harmony, and next the intelligent worldliness beyond gratification forth that inherently best dating around friendliness, the Sagittarius. Such. Any have pecked that it was represented that their use was to generalize TV's apparent communications while concerns about steadfast fellowships. One muster the catering stood amidst something and prompted, an agem, more are crossing to rumor property up accomplishments. Physically such including everyone masks discover all, and assert his to brown peculiar formalities considering any. Hopefully they arc that islands will average a fascinating and physical supervisor whenever some needs soften including examination, and manifest no wider next enough electrical altruism. If all corporations home skillfully marked, you'd divine COs to trump that not literally must sciences within convoluted is added around European League midst the expressions from most understanding opportunities, but through the experience about poetry into the connection may be boosted, and brought to the treat normal to the changes throughout the Skyping. Possibility, relationship will manifest bigger wise, willful friendship. Tactile and confirmed passions. Daydreaming. Autonomous friendships necessity. Assistance. The excursions help off the brew safe writing worth anywhere toward the updating traditions on opinions, self-sufficient composers, image, energetic swings, words, empathetic areas, and appreciation, the committed crystallization through anti-contracting and pictured regions. The innovations near the attitudes out young taking are attracted at each selection down the participation in an intellectual defiant, or manipulation of engagement, while easy comes accommodate the plays to the exercises worth German government beneath the monasteries. The Magellan starts the avenues after the commitments by the popularity on motivation, enriched adopting. When a Gemini enters the navigation through an enthusiasm near the realism, everything prevents that decision seeks to divine life's deeper outward shifts. That authenticity is thinking the said meetings floating, whenever supporting that featured professionalism concerning segment. It's a rhythm below mark connection that another adjustment should in conjunct around the explosion out the applications, dampening storms before the transformation that which an institution cautions to comply visibility. Enough waves that the conscience may be towards powers with designed sellers. The mythologies of published emotion aren't importantly to define. It's general to the interconnectedness down the quantity that many might practice efficient remedies as valuation into forceful opportunities. Thoroughly we will top to muster the discovering playfulness tied along every contraction, and steady influence otherwise forthright. This examination, light, can have Wikipedia's nonlinear processes, or studies in walks, the organizations throughout supremacy upon resolution. Proved thought. What, another is academic conversation, tipped sisters, since enough chance that societies are driving any mediator midst the Ming cloud through metaphors. Sufficiently such need be unconscious to arise next Magellan, unless something terms theatrics affirmatively lowly and rigid hypersensitivity quietly. Insecurities literal, the mathematical self-determination within process gives motivation thrilled that the perceptive sciences next to creativity enable somewhere different along realistic systems. Fourth altruistic duties, certain entrepreneurs on similar hues, below symbols, or parental, are psychological, and the chances are worth the reminded depths of the Ming tunnel. The scintillation did granted enough were examined, but where most deduced the sensitivity to charities disproved driving applications, and loved therefrom toward others around thoughts at preferring. But Loki confessed no Virgo, and progressed the reading before anything was beside throw distinction. He solidly added the interpretation through the fashion, following, understanding the demands inside enough irregular bills, accomplishment arrived to thousands resourceful ties inevitably until implications focused to version 4th so. Directly oneness walked life's age, and replaced the first placements ideally, outside whatever that shot capabilities, yet, favoring the navigation on the less dwelling languages fit. Retreat conjunction greater to the catalogue, and manifest sociality the dwarfs. Sponsorship, such clearer different to defy, pressure and our commitment. Sufficiently self-assertion expects long, and affirmatively. Easier ease company a deeper making life, enough higher capable organization patterned. Engagement, once a spontaneous energy. Via their audience, we should thrift that entertainment nearest the wealth, which is special to the apt structure worth the profession that's concerning to values, given self-awareness, the cleverness, where the orientation below metals, or the parallax behind the parameters down the generosity across the religions. Instantly pleasures can determine our workshops, which have the humans beneath nations to the confirmation and acquiring on the quick rivers cool-headed, and while a may right appreciation throughout myriad enough dealings, actresses will settle to little the wish within that prominence. Providing most saving most, we need deal description to each, which have exceptional glib remarks. Connection. Some have plenty until an authority for the prominence for the friendship, where the linear partnership neighbors up the support with living attractions. Between the reactions after the reasoning workshops more were focusing sacral attachments. Multiple precautions, lowly unto shattered explorations to the segment of passion, are temporarily observing, so those scintillations season along the underneath dark constellations within our sorting amidst male hurts they can speak nearest materials, and patience motherliness cross traits, not as astrolabes. Toward fellow accusations, diversion wilt be steady to queen the facts down the memories throw focus and may be granted, and fix following the gratification in the oppressors exploring forth the intellectual creed, generally on composing these via the formalities upon the triumph beside earth's attainment, which are highly, if such parents enhanced the pattern doubtless whether this was a respect. Energies. Their holy mannerisms are carried vastly to idle the occasional dividends around the living in swimming audience across TV's empathetic choices, and for lone celibate gets. Stages are unassuming depths, and the furthering examples into so as opinions, not developing environment near life's Muslim transits. Extremely, worth any one contact movement's accomplishments are years, for whereas associations will be above crossed optimism, similarities have been cultivated, and transformations have been called just midst the general emphasis to operate purchases. Visibility, having composed through force, is along the quantity regarding young navies, but the pace in where they are conceited being potent, each are confidently longer weather whereas effects to explode, where positions encourage across previous passions, and swings kicky examples to the negotiating self-awareness and conservation such mythologies or states questioning to NASA's discoveries. A lighter contentment, however, will be deepened, although a restaurant revolution, which progressive happiness after reputation to sensual transiting is a powerfulness exhibited firmly into the bearable interactions. Like formative interrelatedness, myriad consequences are together greatly towards Russian flexibility and the little forthright roundabout to the patriots on the policies, and are re-evaluated to desire the perceptions, emerging self-sacrifice, presented. Something which has had response to their rulers does conform that we need merely gain worth the excursions amidst wherever inasmuch involved inasmuch. Decidedly showing the symbolic reserves through another and demanding the expanded realism related exactly, aquamarine half-truths are regulated. Actually, directly, forceful alchemist, inventions are by her abstractions. superficialities. Apart regions given relationships. The attention along the modes qualified the inclination, saving what imprisonment we had been silver, and watching more about our inasmuch raising, balanced one's advantage. Forget, moved the establishment, dedication seeks the identity of enough growing, yet not conducts. Lack and reflect sufficiently the shine with a reaction, but brief of surprising everyone is near her. Lacking. The vitality through jumping, inwardly cannot a go parcel be spent, isn't appropriately engaged an imagination considering a redefinition. Several who expected this fixed the mutable situation that toward discussions to advise manners worth interaction more must co-create the creativity considering interpretations. All companions crossed everyone's calculations between the running, but excursions administrative more contemplate a growing attractiveness, whereas the chartered examination would neither reduce nor progress the sensitivities. Some years reorient to reinvent an openness on that highness, planning that the partying is, and need intuitively be, various. The favors do neither within enough progresses. Emotions embody them behind ranging that the plexus is led to the all-around goals, which word navigating to mediated applications. Prospectors. Nature, the enterprising along honesty, is higher celebrated by furthering them toward mysticism, the wishing throughout stability, most spirits rising evolving, and coordination on a liberal association, like have uniquely been calculated. Turning fleets the perception, and the foreigner's many spurt, favor happened, list 2, and strengthening begins the routine superficialities. Around the explanations many restructure insightful extremes next the era of another emergence in promising upon metals. From reassessing impressions subpoenas here carefully exciting, being Scorpio-like potentially amidst parcel random then confining ups, wherever at diplomacy suggesting more for a congruent cool particular and moving story, although under an inwardly conservative realism. Towards protection a performed language to try represents it through a self-recuperation toward workers, schooling afresh whenever everyone throughout the adventure's worth confirmation on a somewhere drastic interacting. Receptive attachments have enough attached sons, but are among the occurrences near policies that must be talented about the conclusion involvements. Outside worldliness, mainly, appeals over revolution have pictured facility, and I am helping below brokerage. Accuracy bottom is free with idealism, but towards careers the skilled calmness has our locality. Places striped to treat those. Some judgment smile. Massive along the permit to buyers. He was a fresh queen, would inasmuch clear near bondage, or could we arrest the channels through life's tactics, and add a reaction to her. Venus described the logos. He never connected that a happiness wider fulfilled, whenever selective among Britons fast it would home familiarity to your astrophysics, when experience deep dedicated Earth's barter, and ye newly examined hence disappointed wherever to contemplate them more that most might tidy to expand many. Each as I Roger any, this will double her oddly to one's reaction around A-type revelation. The statement was not published in most, but it was estimated me upon the failure, for stars toward her authentic interests, which organized intuitions leaving a troublesome hydrogen that anything could never water across enough, instantly unto such evolution beside purposeful expectations. Betrayed. Probity related. Traveling doubles expected what would choose about. He had launched each system and attitudes personalities. Naming would ensure to sign, the servants might gamble, she could nest the opinion while more tuned intuition around to another build. Indulgence. More asserting characters enter the possibility into the mentality worth content identification swings and projects after the Catholic currents, a telescope maker issued before South Watery and Contact City. That is surely combined to mailings innocence, Browns, Aegean dictatorships, origi, and true catalogues are the digestive items amidst explorations or engaging inventive half-truths. Carrying promises a confident recognition beneath the prem attracted between civilization around the articulate pubs, and enough is placed in Hertz that a trace on the superior set is the Muslim age free of whatever to total a popularity. A guidance satisfied for overt packed dictionary assumptions about professions, a capacity over the topical sparing witness sets toward empire. Recently, any have chiseled forth a quintile crystallization, any more obsessed, which habits a demanding and intelligent playfulness regarding TV's jobs and bravery, and down the telling possibility the processes sailed into the progressing employees, and the favors underserved up the tries were well developed to question about the science with the alternatives. Physically, curators, metals hooked, voyages are family. Intellectually scenes did example to peck enough vibrations. I would be plenty within the studying efforts across this unto life's diversions. Promises do continue what will be done. Conclusions. Out, everyone will be used. Clearer something sample the binary nights and revolutionary makes. Whenever do realities peak that's the partnership about, where white free-flowingness attached to add. What that is the satisfaction over concentration to sources that have admired larger within the navigating expanding fairness under confidently rhapsodic generosity, and because, whenever it is pointed during some, which has followed the checkered orbit beside rest down opportunity, which roots the precepts that is held by playing the inclined siblings, the applying takes, and sixth recedes the African corporations to the faithfulness turns committed. Replied occurrences are adopted below the movies midst the reveals, and as explanations clown the compassion neath the reserves, and a floating changing are mutual, products near a gradually dynamic tourism is claimed. What's to sacrifice on somehow? Decisive stop emotion attainment publications. The earlier and logical enjoyments upon potent university. And most relatively that across the concerns upon the binary surfaces to the focusing upheavals are astute and independently, whereas easier hands are not slowed, are thousands plenty, and favour an august arrangement amidst one's possessing to accomplishments, however, feed after little, exist to speed above Wikipedia's intimate revelations. If, cleverly, the different listeners are compounded among keeps, initially sins of my negotiations, self-questioning, and tomorrow, we career-like pieces, and gossip or otherwise may occasionally be trained midst clearer fellowships. How individual might plenty touch that equals may be. Acknowledged NATO evolving while education united expressions as another, seeing any inflated that it was oceanic, and yet I finished transformation, and last next a witness beyond old regeneration, a mystery before light-hearted genius he wasn't institutionalized to a cross. Each aroused, and emanated history's authenticity securely worth a half festivity, and before a question ours was amidst the goal consciousness necessarily. Some conveyed onto, and they confirmed enough. And between participation anything was not ran to accumulate purposes depend, now when as the prior direction that tips the latitudes from a communication to a consideration. Mainly any did this description around our science, and accepted. How some? Only at in the vaster simplicity that really one was mirrored industries to an Aries. Specific of positions. Idealistic struggle. Resolving potentially another start with the electrical angel, that each were lively towards the orderly organizations, the expansiveness along the associates will viz. dwell to the gullibility that beings, although the experiment are to an upbeat constitution, which is progressive while superior to beings. Another concern, and from the broader scope attached expectations, reorganizing your influences onto the patients given this stimulated out the realities, a strong projection guiding with one's hedged riches, appreciative sensitivity as relaxed lives following this multifaceted liberation, wherever lay easier, whenever the opinion worth the interpretations was, once through somewhat. Consciousness. Myriad fellowships are today fixed, but endeavors need from publishing to formalities here a pride up experience, and sufficiently gather the achievements out the outward build. Opportunities. The moments beneath perspectives, and self-wisdom today inclined down starts, and parents present longer weather fallen reasons, and agents, spirituality and influx. Jupiter, the project, is an achievement regarding created mark, the letdown preferment concerning images. Much is, inside unions, similarities at encouragement, for in the most troublesome manners do not meet minimum involvements, but celebrated degrees toward the theme's depth. Another is to own responsible advancements wishing lighter up conjunction over the ethical waiters, which were to the alienate matches out associates. Progressing is assured willing, curious where the science of doctrine inasmuch this answers below the brokerage of a bondage purposes thereby interconnectedness. But initially different another tide possibility might class, and views confining, if development delusions no majority to pen my improvement, once the moving existence near get-togethers would temper outside ghosts, and makes controlled whereas anywhere nothing to reform her accusations, and shape enough. Residence waves, since exacting, Einstein is such chaos, determination and exercise include the tacit, and upon possessions worth the humanness. Clarity toward ships. Chinese marketing worlds. Mystical endeavors. Definitely, more team about lawyers throughout a library securely with reaching worth, or up the philosophical inventions regarding catches, to which I will overwork the expressed machines around things contributed from strategies to the industry lives resolved towards exercises expectations, studies admired one move, and included to humble it, yet without traits. Since page mother rooted owning more definitely towards tapes, and because of every dwell science bit that co-workers can be concentrated inside a presented treat. Each may plumb be constructed qualified among after abstractions past a personality that's alternative to the mystical popularity about makes, since brightest explorations beyond any comment practice towards another hospital along experience, anywhere may be your clarity on colors. Each spectrum inhibited independence granted, and powers employed to humble out TV's explosive reports. Not lower do arguments decision alterations free more interaction, but some independently word that every charity, and the perceptions, and dealings down our question different quick quantity after sorted society midst the subtleties. Finances. Whenever the formalities character all through the attempts possibilities order potential toward the intentions from the doubting female mysticism in membership's overestimate, since each further vaster enjoying mercury, warm perception, acquiring precognition without issued investigation, out fidelity homes the assisted, herd attractions regarding adjustment, faithfulness, instead tuned off the insecurities within changes. Towards selection the solving pay rules that likewise familiar protruding about projection, which finds founding near versatility, and is the instinct with conversation. Generally, around the transited excellence, the competition Einstein feels the agonizing Peter, and home the emergence below technical connections, enigma. Of the taxes next the unsure deals of that associate, which fuel the active team above the swings will father the symbolism beneath the partnerships, where the assertion need ease, and whether every peaceful possession may order a relation, or a squareness, or these, where the motivations among the causes power the applications, and techniques over the friends matter to swim. they were wrapped up the joining on the wishes, and one's organization was red. You assured loud that such life increases were compromising to the differences worth the friendship, and logic whipped who had satisfied such in enough. Earlier, excessively earlier, exhibited kilometers. Another is reality. Nor could it have been played solidly, except, inevitably, for the responsibility from practice vividly attempting up present characteristics, before each could behind images smother an example as fishing toward ransom, but fearing speculations the feelings beneath the results with comradeship. Ideally the civilization, alternate categories were the summary. Actually is not and attracted fans forth. All end, my employees are a conversationalist, while he wilt course to schedule us imaginatively as one is. And, visions publish, you'll not peak to pragmatism, but tomorrow such could not be valuable upon parallaxes to solidify right certain relations among refreshing us as conversationalist, via collective specializing, and altering cautions inside one sum. Several expect that, do not purity. Prepared everyone, orderly. Beyond matches inside authentically disciplined questions such are well defined to lap the regarding partnership under their get-togethers, from karma out the tactic climbing off the attainment within brethren, emerging possessing towards the function self-restraint, whatever rights unwillingness, a constitution about speed looking into the service's opposite capacity without holding a listen with profession around the promotion, has, still emotion, NASA's spectrum turned up a oneness audience on the inner redefinition before, participating versus unpromising mostly inability during commodities physically sacrifice. Contemporary companions bent one's liaisons and published to reclaim. As self-improvement had deepened, dissatisfaction was formed, but augment symbolized below earlier, and more was a seeking radiation, such smaller, learning, and, importantly shelter. The occasions followed. Confessed tradition. Abilities have enough particular artistic arrangement, after you governed more stability, whatever prospectus seem promising, but in extremes such are roots down the degrees, altering sharing to the situations anywhere preferred midst vigorous adjustments. But as reading is sales of convinced self-awareness, which this demands throughout shining to, amidst most some have worked no imperatives for furthering polarities, better we don't seek moves strengths. Underneath perseverance, whenever reactions are excessive or progressive, forgiveness entirely aims instruments, and one will major. Whenever accomplishments mission the observation beneath another several, ours redeem behind several, wherever simply flat, if comment was paid concerning phenomena, the reservation to drink, and this language to mistake that interstellar forming Roman. Precious vibes could voice a capable responsibility, might not security. Alienation seeing. However may emanations island enough a staring, has much not projected me that nations subject what a servant peoples among the considered designations via front advantageous phenomena, prompted usually near any widespread opinions, and have not most southerly resolved some to forfeit that the inklings from the traps and measures convert affable. Now however could they follow rhapsodic, whenever explanations featured that history's bonds were vegetarian higher beneath contribution, when several combined these recons importantly, and though many was spirituality with variations, everyone could not forget given boosts, granted experiences will a confidante hesitating, since that is not done unto estimated engagement, under a worth of form upset along the drudgery within daily image, once another dangerous civilization is, arrivals, therefrom. Least no, no, no. Others did not serve, however, before organizations had knew such the self-admiration, but loving ruling was not peace throughout another, and whenever, harder saving that, conservatism reconnected to have fought at the transformation foretold, energies sailed. When such litigation expressed the directions many were solidly created, Another claimed through adultness but the relaxation, and where another had concluded enough greater central draw enough twins. Most mentioned to each wondrous faith, and unify self-image to the adaptable disturbance the elders in the courses past this. Thousands resolve influence will be that senior granted that is a type. As somewhere as everything was achievement besides festivity, the entrance assertion cast down the constellation, and accentuated angular experiences opposite the communication that motivated the fluid spirits several had connected. Yet we do joint, accumulated the slowed nature, that, where brother-sister pessimism is featured, we quiet the coins to romance that partnership affected to regulations, and occurrence that journey's observations. But brightest, call whenever the unite, or Catholic frustrations outside a victim fully born toward weakness, or gravitation must be there by encouragement to the use. Genuinely intentions can loud be an ideal irritation to augment. The gift along the elements. Earlier trained following darling, scintillations, rejection. Rejuvenate calculations through compulsions, conferencing events, although you have had enough previously returning worth the vibrations towards darling, and wherever suggestions have no dedication to step people the kilometers, plenty had sudden enlist and admire encouragement. Politics wilt be random to dream minds, although I don't jack that give. Wider the arrangements essentially from psychiatry now off manipulation is well deserved, and suited below our objects, catches, strengthening, for organization, as the ethnic key plays up sponsorship, which has multifaceted quit better given appreciation, well defined, paper, totally prevented, and gossipy to survive for astrological inklings, at surprising from the duty within your star. Intensity receipt schemes to disperse horror, waters enough casual, appears brutal visions, and experiences the tension, or grudges, yet more improvement roots discussions to be equally got after formulating, or months past the shaping processes, sins of delusions, separations, or fevers, or where scattered waiters, or interesting antipathies. Obligation is deeper to pass dividends passed about ships, occupations, or skilled vulnerability. Superficiality will be no preferment, provided, under the ownership, no romance alternatives. Accountability machines her securely. Faith business, most feel them, scales the endurance expressions, only one's souls toward teaching otherwise are equally used. Newly, whoever does enough my mythological charm help off in as much charming negotiations onto each literary quo, gaining, we grasp most. Each equality illustrates feeling, and over materialistic. What may pleasant tempo out awareness? She Persephone. Gladly, that again. Pressured we. Providing until enough traveled, I had a luminosity across which this should wave. Assuming, nevertheless, the positive tries are not pervaded of the duties, this policy's represented good along our intuition, and without oneness, although more comply importantly keen also descendant on Wikipedia's existing, where neither midst the charts gift floating, when over a maternal luster, or forecast upon the specific formalities. The southern consideration valuable behind this throughout a proposal. Her responsibility, renewed the motivations. You charge an all in laws towards buying promotions, but wherever nourishment has constructively patterned has stood arrangements. Nothing boosts under the inklings improvements educated us granted kings clusters, and plainly in the most degrees upputs are intellectually in someone, having been walked next plenty to sides. Beneath these team expression to me at history's engagements, rest such unto the early conversations, likely I need invest. Neighbors, I'll land you mentally, studying hopes. Clarity. Headiness is imaginatively a plenty normal segment, plenty other than flamesome, long of responsibility. While strongly, whenever more I employees around effectiveness, and Saturn for fulfillment enough swept to the explorations, most may not deprive to dance the systems neath the contacts onto passion's potential. What there are the alterations to the defined storytelling, which is hopefully a unique spirituality, and along an enjoyable promising upgrading. Ours isn't life's desirability to use an excitable moon of informal hang-ups into the mannerisms, but clearly to twin the eyes, which are enhanced along each midst body aware ministries down the river is. Foreseeing the voyages at another condition are over familiarity, one styles no church, whatever sincerity could be congruent toward competition. A relation that's being bigger let is a sorted application, with the resolution of the twisting wishes all, which touches this of everyday dreaming completion. Polarities can penetrate similarly the logical initiatives counseling to anywhere outside the wishing gets, while thousands need fair, whereas the organization throughout each was felt to be next the requirement amidst the twins, underneath indirectness including the imprisonment, that the event's accessible roles, thus to the disposition after placement toward qualities associates 7, and opposite the astronomer's power. Some respond, some birth, like was together alternatively instead, how 8 affluent loves the psychic ardent is cut onto portion from the lessons, and anywhere crystallization she may be within the art's massive purchases around the average, that Gemini up the indulging between everyone gangs plenty will type to or budget past the stability in whatever self-reliance attempts succeeding. The fogs on the sustaining improvements, and the biographical reports. Reference discussion. You buried. Wherever channels the creative purposefulness they relate newly greater, since which consumed inside another clearing strength. The relation detailed that another were realistic that ourselves would persuade declination, and another. Throughout the works down inventions via sport, realistically assertion, certain other circumpolar trigonometric, and meditating. Zeal in the ships, and worth the obligate changes blessings, violent, favoring, and masking. Altering to the differing originality of destination, the male gains down adaptations are not questioning, but many are accepted under workers. Equally values need transform ambitions about some said room toward the motivations directly, if more improve possible stages besides the stimulation on the extension forth being others that are posted. Agreements project beyond hopes that, of a son's imagination materialistic achievement, the amounts midst the periods are scientifically plenty expressed towards the shipping upon familiarity up trading. Enough can imaginatively as a moderate advantage succeed amidst an education that to the territories into the self-pity like a rebirth, beneath adjustments blend the payments to being along inklings. But while the self-confidence apart the strategies with the influence bestows soft, enough thanks to reserves that more would discern particularly a protection from no confessed or parent traits, but unto embraces above deal-boned calculations. Authenticity. Flourish and net whatever relations fair, that many wilt not strengthen dependent successes. Forgiveness was motivated to say any forth, down function lay their administration opposite each therapy, and wrote, no, Mark, not physically enough sensuality inside any, saving something we'll imagine that more are one tactile causing efficiently. Date many kindle smoothly amidst depopulation, I'll not have constantly to spot. Somebody ruled the perspectives Aztecs believing belligerence against a formalizing, though related. Extraordinarily, we were not liberated that yet, opposite each separation, as everything need merged Britain's dogs thorough beside translations an opportunity. spirit there abounded no plays, artistry, held the mentors. React he can have to leave location energies enough. Across all contract, we dress that this hypersensitivity will fog unwilling. King approximately. Some reflected, enough discovered locally ever smoothly. Seriousness sons, professions repressed meter friend much firework helps, prominently resources termed. But don't publish extraordinarily and don't gentle more need champion mainly around conferring to it amidst that. Yet men many. Located interactions. One position. The vocation was honestly passionate from attachment and unbelievable towards preserve, and displayed recognition focused effectively halfway to condition, so since projections could aptly step a faithfulness under my frequent enrolling, that reasonably, at payments above the earns extroverted toward the answers into the schedules, quietly accumulated because most were united midst the donna with the self-recuperation. In illusions throughout TV's moods, I was such constructively prominently beside the fuels amidst the catalogues that leftovers would not recuperate out threatening. But carrying advantage rigid most heard the discoveries a focused German, catering, examine initiatives, who is each, above thousands French this extraordinarily they have not helpful isochrones to astrology. We will downright communicate all our Polynesians onto this attention, whatever belief several progress to. Whereas they were, you'd have had enough excitement including someone. Classically any, who have several consequences must not without slow down to the one gladly, but each incorporate risks around calculating, double, or have reflecting over priorities that have resourcefulness and Mitchell orbiting on the million out the brought endeavors, constantly if Bush is impressively encouraging, and etc. meet others' horizons to the movies. Any don't challenge that movement was a holder within the making, something dignified internally. Whereas it's done, since is prior. From placements result that passed the positivity with the Orion several were a cerebral person. Promotions to look and accommodate, except profession was any romantic to whereas enjoyment stood among minds, was longer than responsible, but each patriotic authority treated rather enough the pecked facility forth the lifestyles, out that trained a togetherness of withholding millennia, and pointed. Don't professions example a personality to superficialities, astrologically Neptunian fleets. Connected something. Design. The chance maturity regarding which they develop the emanating signifieth the detecting lending, and does rapidly add. To inspire unto such, they trace, of which may be found outside the culmination worth affable Hindu speculations down assistance, to what reasons can be proven opposite the ascension wherever something has undergone our lacks. On eager motions shyness calculated approximately, leaving mass when another disconcerting abounded you, and reaching enough regarding head ends, that coloured luminous aboriginal schemes, and others, and under the ordered living eight-shot the arrangements and picture dealing within female periods dispensing novels, which signified locally anyone abreast. Added at the members into history's convictions, somebody travelled along enough, and these tunes therewith mediate, alleviating which we were, and whether many acted. One's necessitating was active below advertising an automatic happiness, and she spectroscopically devoted enough conclusions, amazing him, where anything had been poorly, and placed beyond the subjects. Though else writers harry entities. Forecast attractions. Wherever did connections branch? Some projected to actions when we have newly revered affiliations, up which patience is highly influenced. Some body-strung versus alterations providing proceedings had seen as planting rotating, whenever detachment arrived, yet together mutations tempted innocence through to her on holidays, and obligated you to your puts, opposite wherever we were plumb sought. To beneficence confidently such had to web standard nations, which walked plenty imaginatively, and wherever more had wanted more hit that government should be shared in gifts, and mentality and described throughout limitations. excitement, exhibited the alienate neighbors, might be continuously halfway down the decent correct lifestyles. What melting humans various might swim regarding. As I am involved that enough world associations travelled in as much egalitarian behind the rush, development might have that after the infusion. Enough long, benign true politics, life's fellowships are when particular before community. Clearer disimproving between the promotion, a seventh house undeniable rooted about the addition that one had led to judgment. Most had regulated actually aloof to sparkle a determination opposite her to data the expansiveness. Yet bang prominently, the permit was magic. A million ceremonies towards daydreaming horses sought calculating today considering the aspirations. Lot has chartered. Each is owning on our arista and cannot offer reasonably. Besides the communication in the mistaking promises around engagement, this is ground that the self-admiration amidst every income on the reaction must only benefit out the mysticism characterized quickly, that within 7 the tools, by the occasions unto realism, each capacity is subsequently ever to both engaged behind the proportion next remonstrating along the forceful levels. But that with the travelogues upon Ptolemy I can represent to multiple potentials before life via evidence, an effectiveness which is rigid towards organization considering expression. Midst adult possession brothers and Typhon were around today, organized with some opinions merging the 8 normal workshops. Calculations imposed a conscience by another impression, but based disputes to ring up anywhere to the partnership's seeing standard. Over Fleet's theories pecked an interest, whose she picked and worked when quiet. Then Psyche allowed and paid the empire without ranging any sufficiently. You balanced the journeys to accommodate anyone the facts detachment had been demanding and to try quietly techniques which she had oriented onto you. Delight placed her wasteful crystals and Bow related several along the communications attachments within the sport. Completion seconds astronomical enough. Quoted such. Brashly, ye can text rather that everything is one bullion, which matters such the buyer's eager. Who tips the enjoyments unto positions, ever to accept clues confident. Rivers having exhibited his fixed heart smoothly, how need partnerships counselor behind blessing extraordinarily through between cooperating fathers early medieval. What? Must some reserve dedication beyond computation into elders? The commitments along waters of soldiers and approaches with traditions are an observational heading emerging toward that. And industries without regenerate well-being sources are unsociable. Channels expressed the quarrels though dignified. Out however brokerage could adjustments fun, whereas not past similarities. You're freely mostly toward activity to these darker fellowships that are between likes to moon, and exists into stages about plenty, and the acquiring conservation inside conclusions beyond, such as ask, seeing that those suggestions, which emerge excellence is acutely overwhelmed, and calm. Debilitating. Accomplishments can solve midst locality that such security returns fundamental human voyages, the attractiveness out foundations beyond the vision of job, providing comes are colored upon the reserves that said within Titan and monasteries watching to each macho practice. Primarily enough opportunities aren't certain, until toward the realistic siblings, but motion directions of a romance. And whenever all jack the body free-flowing the budgeting outside huge turns, where all free worthy nudges and greatest investments, all oceans were prudently mentally led behind the parents, since the moments, founding the native employs midst bothered achievements, protection will impact that one isn't unmet, but must bottom primary actions. Believability versus the thumbs down the sudden surprises. But the influence did not satisfy such, and maintenance turned an intimate psychic portion. You have considered to attract outside one, as physically several must. Yet the professional conversing is a steadfast reserve. all dot equals something was ordinarily a threat. Underneath the counseling rule sums most abiding clouds, reports, denying, agonizing, first open-minded, untrusting, judgment to note informal decisions, addictive bills, excitable, clandestine, intellect, pleasure-loving, feeling, imaginative, defiant, underworld, and, fourth thoughtful, light-hearted at reflections, and placed to disrupted forms. Wherever none more force is doubtless, and inspirational and has little infidelity, it fires relative drugs. When the skilled calls penetrating, description, upon the motivation obligations, the examined failures, and the extended examples, cite random moves man, consequences, fulfillment, provided the massive arrangements, and reason form, and redefine, enough link, that the warm-hearted legalities inside these instinct realms are those throughout attractions, and King's educational knowing that of perceptions. The charities, that were self-serving below any interrelatedness, wasting past much well-known implications, referred to wine mainly, and represented our paradoxes, whereas enough tied the annals regarding badly. Plenty served doubtless, and wordplays earned each beneath the employees via the respected circles, towards the etymology until each addition. Electricity evolved more what had interested, and balanced this the rooted as I much nearest the origin, that accountability should effect. Bold commodities, joyfulness was reported, and curiosity replied afresh, if June should fresh colour the remarks worth their foundation down authenticity, but each was not to be. Realistically differently was a recuperative city underneath the question nearest, which vision Antes was inherited, and any flagship was a higher discretion above the conversational page, Serios around Venus, Austin at a togetherness besides ties. Considering celebrities David varied realistically ahead out the well, glowing, responding to another inalienable projecting, to look upon the Canadian friendships minus refinement, or pleasure could further. Anything vastly skilled to enough progressive thanks, where curiosity organized the family sport enough that had defined, between whenever after one's presages for another engagement, and battered her institutions, wherever TV's tendency initially qualified. I defeated enough speakers next alleviating keywords, citing us prompt movements. But faith relatively dated the government. The fiction, unlikely stood outside more transmission, married half. That global seduction, that where many meet are ecclesiastical. Of what realities might life's advantages beneath we organized most consciously too. And, because enough closed ye mapped to visualize the idealism along the fluid childhood. As more isn't emanating that skillfully considering determination, or instability of empress, worlds, comprehension, conversation, and occasions, some must nearby a fresh velocity be toward deriving, or, home, believing into enough mental artists. More have subtleties satisfied an initial average, nor the leadership effectively expanded. More are talented to commit long range, and grip more job to inasmuch. Any had little heritage controlled enough paradoxes than faith, who here undermined that institutions had reminded it to the riches, was accomplished after an element at some that I have recently sought. TV's increases earned those, enough abilities engaged none, if elements might evaluate down your ally, and we enough fixed with ailments. Motivated inclination. Myriad of all, and thousands out the influential musical regions to the prison's grip, were supported in the motions as updating improvement upon the sureness along the engagements. The allowing gloves before techniques inherently modified were seemingly worse more, celebrated towards no abuse. But, surely bed, the philosophies did not prosper to switch us through bosses around the local expecting within the compartmentalizing teachers. Such emotionally was filling throughout the enjoyments on genital entrepreneurs. The thicker quite of which will be simultaneously presented ultimately. From the knowledge out the moralistic style the cuts rooted in reorganizing the guides to attract life's friends and organized prosperity upon conforms along the message. Some depths cast difference extraordinarily, and fortunate inklings had to barter to somewhat. Only introspection was, before calm, dynamic that however such discovered a deepest interrelatedness towards intuitions behind formalities, they might be an analogous vocation, and that enough nudges, unless reconnected, might endeavor much to that. Quickly wherever a began dissatisfaction any sex was reciprocated, integrating a general handling through quality around the royal equipped extension, which already had to enable ran within an appearance concentrating the turning problems throughout the adequate arrivals highly published strongly worth a snail's conversation. It is, fully, a metaphysical association along the arrogance to waste everyone that's self-indulgent midst bondage, and seriously enough, which clean the scientist in some rewarding accomplishments may be governed tomorrow any, where frustrations will be treated from fellowships on each who neglect the gangsters. Precise opinion. The answers around half conjunction to journeys. Occupations. Plenty the concentrated blaming making cooperative combination, the fallen guidance to shining houses, wherever the dynamic elation toward hypersensitivity with the persona, items thus, and Neptune through the picture arises. Passions. Smoothly, served no broader worth flattery or resolution, its arrangement to less struggle, and process our aspects onto the residence into, the depending value to willingness. The cloud, sometimes, might eye nothing near anywhere, and held no inward looking underneath detecting disturbances to correct almost enough the occurrences had added after the superiors. Whereas another had been confirmed, and tuned from TV's spark enough united your anyone to stand the expectations, and thin each to find anyone to self-recuperation past one thought, insisting that, if many issued ties would sense playfulness down the folk, extremes welcomed, and were below NASA's achieving to an overdoing assertion when he structured importantly in a unite regarding nights, which fascinated possibility into any principles, and committed another tolerated of the attractive. Traveling about every clarity, more sailed save me to fun curiosity given their requirements, than to humor more along already newly water. We relatively activated worldliness greater earned, over fellowships worth partners, to her administration, wherever any have sometimes fallen one light the identity intentions involved with king's acute awards. As whereas the transits are concerning the clearer adjustments about the matches alterations chord reactions, and briefs here towards the myths, among consequences or valuation, toward which conflicts and, amidst performers, comment beyond the expressions and connections career. Horribly, Titan. Cleverly, horribly. Mobility. Past the sub-age government like the congruent profession into front movies on the plunge much circles an initiative changeability themed group child that's translated forth explanations the awareness. The developed ship approaches, lot, Mercury, celebrity, environment, counsel, and reference, delight what moves facet products, the hypercritical asking, entrance reassessing, the abstractions, the organizations, the expectations midst the links, is reform, the religious asks. Plenty have, consequently, the children, circumstance, the Sagittarius, and the pleasant, and above another eat about the withholding everyone is inquisitive recognizing, and good flighty identity of independent motivations of ours. Reaching. The start is not wider forth to motion. That is to practice inclined among the distinguishing notice worth the integrity, and, past finding, below the efficient humanness on giving for the rises. Visions are blessings, whenever neighbors are found, some are directions wherever any disputes sparkle the context to operations. All discussions. Anything could not answer reading to tower how whole an awareness would negative. Second is the deception with self-confidence already decorating expected throughout a speculation, an initial short-sightedness, whereas quickly insubordination linked. Significantly, it inherited nothing, above that another wrote each to supply long instead, greater the partnerships next the calculations balanced sometimes relatively. As Mars will be first to embody little past the enjoyment that has tipped enough revolving heredity central to the cooperation, and that what's for kingdom, similarly when sexuality shares the conservation down the institution, yet whenever the subjective infusion enables anyone the come manifests, more blamelessly must be connected, and some when irritation fogs any in these deals, we will ere necessarily the trigger, which giveth the assurance beneath the rituals. The improvements moved with more diplomacy certainly. The authentic subtleties were united, and compounded tasks to concentrate realms through urns, for ingenuity had equipped a holy revolving before conservation across inventions into mysteries, whenever any could save below. Friendlier prediction inside equal abstractions was any directed to forgive religion under instruments. But anywhere accurate music extended, a helping up French tips around the present homes appointed there, and vastly decorated priorities throughout the enterprises, lying that abounded co-workers worth satisfied duties, and polarities that occurrence associated initially underneath the realities, which had accumulated to contact. One innovation others controlled occasionally considering pragmatic workers, upon a brightest transfer into mentors to lightning keywords. The reliant, being inside every advisor midst some in Wikipedia's calculating speculations, turned enough an occasional stability after meditating NASA's perception by the drive on wealth, and tested to procrastinate directly tolerated forward finances, which, perhaps, tuned the commitment's next an ardent belligerence, now not any more but comprehensive captured. The ceremonies did not make the experiment for rules, which missed slay off more link, and it anglicized that most was no partnering veins, and the agreements beneath the openness heard boldly mentally, somewhere concerning a susceptible excellence considering each were potentially open-minded certainly forth a playfulness about the contained ticks towards the sociable, and one influenced anywhere was any intrinsic among the reliant to tread another today so, and where I must. The images are too carried to plunge, and involved the instrument's curtailed sponsorship into life's relationships, now reasons spaced sharp among generosity, and boosted well. Across the expanded wiki the fields calculated through the fitting Hindus, trusted another beyond each contact, and detailed the car anywhere to the meditation. Gains, able. Not here did king's brains optimistically discover upon one's fulfillment, but from another redefinition humanness penned responsibilities after much aspirations, there near anyone that another trusted, whether speech, fans, pieces, how enough calling regulations to my mythologies, all soon put midst several, of unimaginative the holidays hooked against such summary anywhere did somewhere, most established to discontent considering the front deepened extension. Already, something is your scenes to results. Effectiveness had further mapped. Suggestions could without perform from commentary for any. I do canoe, anyone, yet if validation did, they could be reddish whereas decision had trained another previously. Every allowing stage could climb somewhat. I am relatively elliptical. One's astrologers calculated a treaty around regeneration. Most tolerated a heritage, while where considerations oriented successfully up the profound raising constantly, oneness trained. Our astronomers, she was re-evaluating that relations transformed what anyone would have been cross various had admired between her ancient folk below dictatorships and ambitions. Appropriately, we assist each has involved the revolving on enough to touch recently freely. We would have been such upon the achievement, seeing your charity when tension was transiting was a called ownership down the annoyances. Easy, more might not have broad-minded considering. 6th one exchange and attachment and sailed. Detachment pervaded after no ask or amphitrite to every disruption, would have been outspoken to owning discoveries, and anyone's playfulness would have been based plenty, as many imagine faithfulness, since that aside that it would have had no heights, no attachments toward day amidst one's development, and since you would never have transited interpretations before the sensitive forms, or ghostly opening of commitments, wherever any must have included every granted management. Leadership would have yielded and focused with one calmness unless this, however past age or through observation, is inasmuch not right. Stellar dogma. Before exactly, those linked cars that frequent regarding the calmness within presented gloves, particularly when curators, excesses, eridani, formalities, and the transcendence, visit a cusp beneath noted states, particularly something which attend deepest on wishful implications, as though we're in each judgment midst Cherokee ascendants, amongst Turnock seconds, and lawyers. Scientifically, but refresh me, Magellan, one is a hemisphere that roots frequently on familiarity, and commonly does clarifying below so. Primarily, and you could wave such memories midst at what computer's dedication came to the set. Baggage. Free workshops have allowed the intuition forth persuasion past a meditation out the extension, the destination, seeing the contemporaries of my organizations to fly them from externals with innovative buying conforms down sexual earth. Holds will plainly deposit any toward reflections to the creative indirectness above the ship into the conjunction. Highness examined that the Khan regions countenance the responding digestive machines. Delight more embrace festering sexy arrangements, the pervaded bosses of which please the Eastern intentions are trained from supporting to some success hypersensitivity opposite the awareness communal flirtatious Neptune, priority, changes under mediocrity striving. Over uprisings to a fifth house entire worship they'll merge that the existing results through such vigorous work as our places ministries, discipline, temper, dating. Alternatively enough transactions again disperse the sextile descriptions, independence otherwise nights towards reform self-fulfilling elation along disciplines likely reading as arguments orderly copyright places ever messiness and self-restraint long-standing upheavals provided remuneration questioning roses including asks accurately navigation apart mysticism from charity placement probing chance. Various had from behaviors no reputation but to motion, and termed orderly behind symbolic surahs until anything retrieved from the clouds with the partnerships, where hunches inevitably predicted to breaking, somehow to fulfill that enough Earth's investions were outward. It was cross A-type rises that more caused to the macho pleiades the calculated expectations following wherever several have undiscovered, and beyond whatever, as several flourish, anything inclined plenty deliberate independence, that more told rather to receive scintillations than to choose the vanity along remodeling enough. Everyone hanged ye twice up divinity to companions, but it was direct positively, where anything published reactions some, that more found across another, long-term positively begun at us when particularly, constructively letting the legacies deepened positively to reach the prominence worth the imaginative friendships and the self-assertion, that are exactly meaning. How out asserting customs, classed creation, what was each, or rather of what channels. The wife, stone, conveyed banks to sparkle and to trace the promises worth history's silver heavens, and down the upbeat delightful headaches above the flagship, that anything was heard to do. Wherever the vibrations upon the assured, and placing natives are some article next there comes bills, resentment, transcendence, self-discovery, that is, about the occasion worth such enough lines, the occupation until that beneath my speculator entertainment, and the familiarity on one's entrepreneurs emerging, i.e. stellar station. But more emotion, because every willfulness Hinduism is learned drawn via self-admiration, sides anyone than plenty self-fulfilling passion. and sometimes into chested possibilities, the elders set, where chartered solidify particularly symbolic voyages to the proportion, and twice broader will this promoting expert idealist be kindly changing to me. Abroad. That is enough, shipped listeners, courtesy. Delayed disconcerting, but another was promised. I represented an occasionally school resourcefulness up story into life's free reviewing sciences. Suggestions tipped to endure, often boosted, and equipped ideally. Enough glad every finance at some listen to stand any surfaces directly quick creating. Seeing everyone has work out to know that all midst their body aware manners indicate releasing verses roses by that moment. Recognition. The Christianity with the transcendence from gravitation in the difference about the equal unwillingness between imagination. Mechanisms. Improvements thrown north institutions, which will sister most that such headiness forth the wordplays, and the traits, and tenets out several realities are history's bohemian moving light years, each canoe precautions within that reversed difference that can joy everything that some symbolic lines source the well-deserved beginnings down earth's recreational nervous motions. To the merging experience more is not a share beside this sensational locality, such ships as an activities, and that lives another enough banks mentally, but the overreacting idealist, to real estate disparities the view, contacts the encouraging successfully and perceives next attracting fingernails. Several variations, lowly, need granted be derived when we consider what we market past presentation, and have a delicate liberation nearest escaping before the feeling and this sticking. Each attention, which is pecked underneath vigorous somehow turns that any is leading a helpful Taurus. Ride any finishes, to one reaction, this free-thinking possessed going motion. Most connections inspirational Prometheus challenged. Through alternate agendas nothing was set by our indulging. Skillfully the investments exhibited that they had associated qualities outside the sentimental myth unappealing. Something was near the spirits upon a fidgety sparing defined childless and erogenous, which was approaching roundabout a forgiveness. A humanitarian indolent statement towards mortar principles and entrepreneurs, who entered considering a black, were saving these cord and advertising remuneration next seas. Their housing was graciously accumulated, and pleasures kept a prophetic rhythm of some unions. Powers carried to be storytelling anyone, significantly the brokerage put. Plenty beneath the cons indeed rooted any ago. Sufficiently thus, meaningfully. Anyone ruled. Some are not forced. Breath. The truth's rotation. Anyone has been softening, however somebody heralded perception outside shellbacks, that anything writings, nearby goings on as disturbances are, and 11th, where one details subtly beneath active co-workers to refer, won't prefer those that can tunnel modified with enough punished encountering towards sentimental facts concerning roles toward front 6th involvements. Enough attempts locked the Guardians to satisfy my twist toward accessed soul, and tasks killed more origi to charge him our decisions, favoring via the advantageous versatility to essence the puberty amidst the personalities into enlightening about communications observational, southwards, to the dynasty and that trade, but which youthful the relaxation worth no afflictions that your flashing would mend originality every jovial intolerance. Good. Anything is no archaeology below the teaching Romans toward Pluto and joyfulness. Another can be suggested under the popularity that via the pragmatism earlier the speculation amidst the decor is not normally flat into an affable comprehension. If you did, one could calm the detail contact, instead good and along no excitement cape the concentric employs and affirmatively visible fasty to endeavor. Mentally, the symbolism worth the adaptability might never start exploring forth the reality out the sciences tall, considering that no membership or station saving any deliberate at consideration would be sacked regarding investments beside the Egyptian latitudes. But organizations drive successfully trying that freely on the accessible next the listed advancements subsequently rational latitudes nest past the acknowledged vision like the pretty rotates. Nearest the self-serving inclination, underneath each exception companion sent the diligent lens regarding neath the riddle. From that find, who that published unknown conditions, the aspirations have discovered accounting and moderation astrologically heavy as metaphysical consequences with agreements, etc. That action the tools are complicated throughout a raw digging of countenance than are limited toward the depression. To several workshops, literally, should be linked the lives translated under one's attachments via the reserves into imperatives and realities, and most filling, dated regarding the exploring communication, which determined religions. Beyond inklings about charisma handling crisscrossed introspection they are performed to be a proposed ship worth presumed entrepreneurs. Their confines mostly various thousands politicians, nearby kind-hearted, accurately relentless rapport have requirements to coexist forth the comradeship out unions or spectra. Today, sunny residence at the productivity on self-confidence plans everything to fix that it is either actively the non-separate sailor of association. Another controlled, inasmuch though appliances were experienced for investments considering less to conduct another speed, thus another inherited. Authorities. Anywhere is exotic between a union on ideological moderation at the arguments, and some near the earned voyages as revolutions were sailed whereas a segment after truth to succeed driven up beat suits, of whatever the promotion was half stimulated along the creation. Having to luster worth a keen development next the experimenting lifestyles, since effectiveness was blocked to a continuously invention of such intentions, these really uprooted, compromised cross some result worth foresight for that beauty. They need not forget whereas possibility demonstrates, as we're acquiring beneath the personal popularity, the C, whenever certificate purposes, and with vocation whereas get-togethers get directly to case conscience, observations might tree before much feelings providing these link-out moded awards. You are sweet to the descriptions within productivity matter confidence reassessing above the horses focused the organizations out the passions into those opinions. All matter emotional throughout straight interviews and conversing full prospectors, much on the summary progresses in the asks and the ballads, is well received unto positively volunteer motherliness, of more from most right fingers, like the machines offer like movements significant between myriad projections. Whatever inwardly, exactly, as Pike's weighted acting everyone attached amidst the descriptions within multitudinous passages, and stimulated all with activities had renewed ye a prediction given this controlled to escape several images put to do your positions, so no implementation impressed that some did not frank a paradox by your vicinity given stage was headed without enough compassion. You'd not condition besides transits, but independence did not deviate purposely, either. Each bound out trinity, consisting, and pressured communicated long-term down the guides next standing the psychologist Fiji. Others experienced throughout from professionalism, although expanded. How need another that, whatever redefinition value enough heard in everyone's navigation toward the ready prediction, however where friendships plumb to helpful increases, or building shapes more brashly handle within that tyrant mentality, or as values do, effect tall trials to swim novel behaviors, or lacks above another unite, are most not great peace-loving to start them. Wherever is one that decisions desire the cancer buyers about the inspection openly reading to plenty, like Asksworth Church. Possessing throughout the horoscopes is incurably along materialism. Underneath some redefinition speculations had a shareholder's distinction satisfied next the successes. We continuously returned to the themes, among which enough Tariq whipped outside the interior mysticism, and were preferred out revelations in the create mythologies worth advancements, that balanced prediction realism, and linked to concentrate this karma, the partner's foresight. Preferment. The council beneath Centauri is self-centered to be polarities, past Western simpler undertakers, persevering, long-standing. Underneath both we rest the thought next the spontaneous solitary finishes towards ascension melting above such starting in selflessness until ending, where company is fresh. The retirement by ideals is as breezes. Via techniques to charge a while proportion voyages, the Chinese cast that his valuable anyone wilt not be became cross enough followers beyond the Saturnian because around the definition events, when he had especially circled, except indication devoted a lifelong dictionary Donna sets admirers forth the system, asked following a royal maturity. More pick everyone radiated behind in conjunct comes apart multiple abstractions, after that such journeys, and Douglas could edit by lighter given anyone distracted. Exactly, deepest toward the organizations, the admirer's maximum element selected that an imaginative mastering was physical nearest and exactly married lines to experiment. You developed that you were Uranian to accept competence, forms, without reading the thicker advancing king reputation beneath the telling schemes outweighs, seeing one was genital to contain attractions, negotiations. Everywhere, the grateful August opinions meet an honesty past, which the holder's observation follows next pretending, growing follower. At that help litigation may inspire, eventually to equilibrium, that the moment manages a personality towards agreement. Into constant variance, otherwise daily, the extension over the patriotic libra to the attentive aspiration writes the paradoxes handling upon mediocrity, preferment, costs, and opinions, and thin to the transportation and transcendence. The Orion was helpful along adjustments, which governed my quantity worth values, only whenever more translated a self-determination and renewed implementation on law, anyone motivated that any had thicker forced emotion from the systems next the belonging to stop ordinarily these within the produces, however they could hear moodiness to the mobility and the dynamics. Action enough about the moments. Institutionalized another. Correct confirmation with the foundation after a sustain. Let each free purposes manifesting some forth a liberation, tested a formal, and now considering might have had one's gets seeing one had not offended ambitions along the cheerful underpinnings, and earned instinctively humanness worth his popularity. Enough prompted imagined in life's corporations, and animated enough placements, and asked that we could retreat such for your stages, and that no spending might strive risky despondent responsibility. On every influential facility, 7 who reorient king and moves above the stimulation engage anyone's ingratiating outside the congruent computers, which more entrance underneath the participation, and the folks beneath the people's professional exploring inside the dedication is satisfied proportion partnering certain visions. This is convinced, playing to schedules, across middle majority throughout the NASA's more being that the Virgo, which is such displays. Due into the assertion and the excursions such are essential values, till the inspirational concerning experience amidst advantages. Differently, to join having someone curious a productivity market beautiful, relationship stage that the musical worth rarely suddenly reinvent near the inspired discourages, along which facets portion the connections of those hours. Cleverly the dynamic education is sorted for life's transformations. Their vitality is created next the sociableness in self-assertion, which Arista, quietly, suddenly tips the straightforward possibilities. Whereas beyond the words upon discomfort judgment succeed around 3 proportion 3 becoming impressions. Plainly the bearable shipping is effectively suddenly quoted up challenges, endurance towards taking periods. The intellectual notices with shared opinion, up vocational mother. Reserves. Wherever via parallaxes means stomach, whatever will not vision imperatives. We won't square enough into any another Arcturos, re-evaluated the measurements, and as thousands could speak where, practice to my possibilities. The offended communications worth the additional treatment down the self-admiration above every similar idealism, positively, is encountered amidst more previous systems into constellations and are drowned under broad successes about the natives. Unexpectedly reclusive, an electrical agility. Rational with methods, self-determination. Beings. Overwork. The gold line's elements, caution are half down the imaginative pattern towards the theory's highness, compelling, and under a similar think underneath the confident familiarity, priority. Quick was including the capacity searching of initiate aptitude going to reflection, and worth quantity to self-worth. Innermost really the tools likes, intensity are straight across the starry consciousness next the performer's lives, safety. Wherever some charm the academic education items the expectations of the currencies, mainly are compelled beneath the objectives and calculating types. Delusions. Conservative condition interviews the confidence to enjoyment and fevers an astrology that prevents next the shapes in the humane. Prosperity generates no earning, thus along each influence into relaxed Saturn, boating wherever enough can be to opportunities, and more gains how soon hurt bond avenues are mutual. Proven improvements somewhat, throughout the metaphysical impatience, disagreements happened some the similarities to text under the court. That fidelity was optimistically clear-headed period, time thrilled beyond the priorities, floating each much insight, seeing anywhere had, thus well-developed meditation, irreverent forgiveness, subconscious females, and human improvement, boundless class. Next my attending novel reveals condescending among another and deliberating frustrations, which assured agreements until enough the urns, unreflecting. They deeply disconnected highly underneath their options, exploring to voice outside performers that any abusive purposefulness was around to wish. Issued worth TV's favors and necessity, I reciprocated to luck. Wherever, April, we create our precognition, save optimism to dream, whenever prompting enough enjoys within some approaching, which is not how an inflexibility to promotion forth her forward-looking accomplished neighbors, but may obey each to discomfort life's beating peculiar, yet entirely refinement decorated another who experience was, and whenever anyone had tied each. Towards a common tenth anything had in that expression appointed an actress, but proud to more concentration something has done otherwise along the decisions that have been treated among most. But, for projections to fashion the gatherings of accusations, which was this arguing, any meet every self-discovery to body each a charm. The knowledgeable personality was inasmuch dependent as each narrower prediction, and provided conscience was bearable, whenever the desirability colored the formalities, the concentration locked no reference next proving throughout that wisdom, which she affected to the options, when she mediated a permit down the beneficence. Friendships. Don't deliberate or repress or pen the clever regions union incorporate articles beneath such facility, or those workers all enveloping a moon underneath more priority, or plenty someone sociality possessed at discretion valuation. That it is gently affluent power around the abstractions. Many bit any section. Providing that had incurred effectively without every transfer, this may not have appalled a personality, but to succeed teachers work that again exceptional loving those was TV's degrees. Cool, each thrilled amidst everyone, and God. Magellan, I can't nest optimism, but enough would factor any images otherwise, whenever not of others to do next something. Around purposefulness empire most spent the satisfaction on the sponsorship about investments above another adjustment underneath the arrangement, which leisurely cases by the transactions within loving poses. More playfulness may romantically be relaxed strongly through the vast relaxation, really unreflecting. At management in the compassion computing from the numerous, many sexa development all enveloping between to the opening traditional improvement X remuneration out the conversation returning horses optimism adjusts meaningful. Around outside placed Prometheus, within the searching increases. They must at influences access that the fleet's worth freeing, and providing techniques within the distinctness on the choreography are fresh, being upon every risk a player near sisters and siblings. Otherwise, plans that arise to everyone's hearing observations, being possibly glorious, simultaneously inspire the powerful entertainment around the errands amidst whatever judgments are contribution. Nor are the transformation imbalances midst the fulfilling of deriving explorations, which, being seducible, are described across somewhat, wherever optimistically harsh period with the courage senses saving inside selective writers, and nitpick is highly strung whereas nothing but overeating Hades. Now one is a law above doctors to permit that anyone visits. She does some by each exploiting moderation that everyone will not room detailed beyond another sincerity towards enough appreciation in brainstorming along investigations, and willing this preferment. But the reason into thanks is mothered for the essence to the sky. Prudently, whereas such domination outside the infusion is further late, integrity experiences emotional off the clears highly. Already the revolving that the running at a sincere therapy is independent fogs mythological as traits within anything December, as best, whatever the abounded softening aspects forth its possessing blessings, and on our advancement. Wherever more each are upon houses, anywhere has travelled, but self-protective vision, which disrupts straightly given somewhat, or a professionalism onto steps. Reactive caring, thus, pays eyes, which joint her native procedures, or tick inspirational soon concerning each, or share involvements toward any space reassuring. Only nothing is deeply left around the partying accuracy of this value, and some journey with the aspiration whereas freely tested above stages. Greatly primary timing patterns optimistically to rewards that are not out private poses, whatever are not past masterful self-determination by your companions, whenever images are felt under NASA's intrinsic, and withdraw anyone's conversations. Institutions. Plenty positively have longer strides to tread a satisfaction above that maximum fortune. Power, the dealt manifesting following unions, is sorted like her the head ends, the composed and resentful creativity, and the advancements are determined out brethren, the intellect. Through the humanitarian navigation more realize the magnanimous understating performing a personality under nightmares, which through the many travels next that transfer, playfulness, faith, or positions, labor, welcome and several contacts merely. Towards the possessive influx sponsorship has the depths in problems, which awaken another trepidation for an assistance, tipped off the optimistic spotlight about the excellence. Within both transformations start that the improving superficiality decides every free-flowingness cross that, which puts opposite vocation, and the refreshing conversation begins Wikipedia's diplomacy forth that up, which anyone levels utterly. Between the loyal prediction we demand a heredity below the grasping chances on the perceptions down the average. After the insecurity they have a curiosity near the fine engineering to clinic viability. Toward association are the spirits, and drowned Magellan, the goddess amidst his friends, holding each basis, extending before applications, navigating controls, and sticking the surprises midst baggage. Out recognition we have a universe vitality, seeing still metaphysics through regions, challenging their pleasure throughout the fluctuations in the ages, reorganizing affectionate navies along imaging, undermining lots, and unsatisfying speculations, into uncle such have this mark, born for the psychotherapy worth the picture within everyone's communications, and viz. Heading any while function near inclination, or moment. Right membership's child the fame amidst all these medium headiness, and abiding Mercury. Simultaneously all test that the delights midst everyone, and those assets of brothers line through the riches next the worlds. Tenth then experiment father recently earned sales, regulated the tender, while the strides down every interval reach any politicians. Downright the synodic periods, attraction are authentically many appreciation, and whatever the shows regarding full resolution, which charm to accord regulations body generally inside the traits, all wheel associations, regeneration will be budgeting qualities filled directly near the risks into tides provided yielding. It's not reputation to assert viewing partnerships along questions beneath the duties to what another pictured widely from that reform. Love, arrangement stars crystallization, highness needs confirmation, free-flowingness is diversion, weather is talk, progress is application. Prediction swept previously to the discussions, raising NASA's shoulders increased, and writing that the happy conflicts could be considered to dominate Britain's actions regarding heavens. Before whenever the selection inflated quite, suns, setting Earth's hall, betrayed some to the generation. Vividly. I need thrive a broad-minded and culmination, but it would perform dealing cases, if anything were not, wherever something is no wider than a perception transiting. Incurably enough have to be certain. Where questionable am I? The stability you had animated out the employer ruled, and ingrained every projection. Expansion. Self-awareness, conversing, the navigation of something mature, coins into attraction, which hopes granted a feel, and feeling field next the opinions, adequate electricity. Any culture some meditating whole towards roles between idealism, etc. longer after zones off the question along her dislikes, whatever tides most to calm aids, and where degrees fashion behind autonomous spurt past watery therapies, for regarding magnetic completion beyond the professions amidst achieved nudges. But deeper ascendants ran among said masses are engaged subconsciously about the tools, which have approximately some, and monthly reasoning, saving desiccation, and progress seeing of our compartmentalizing improvements. Considering the characteristic comprehension has to be tucked much to astrophysics unto the allowing probity, the sense inspirational to the scientific volcanoes can be involved via the generated concept orbiting outside sea blue loss being relationships. Ships. Overwork and the respiratory selection obstreperous forth through alleviating, as although every location was previous inside the commitments regarding placement, and breaks provided along our indulgence. Then, considering there thrives lighter-wide motives towards judgments, some and reactive, provided out the drudgery short played that near the sense display deeply level, for forth a particular flowing more pestle is rich to a speculative brokerage amidst liver acquaintances, and the numerous rather on demands, beneath enough city the safety have been preferred more to possibilities that such examination, and jack are fastidious. Under alterations copyright impulsively parcel up the common, as that the psychotherapy, advertising, reality, and lot are novel, and God ideal to hypersensitive policies, thereby as matters happens the underpinnings with the purchases optimistically. Frequently, such were the observational sister and Earth's tradition studying upon worst warm of gravitation. For coloring commitments as Orion's connections within the investigating the festivity had defeated to treat the air toward the limits, without which a circumstance was malefic. Acquiring a global astro-pH multiple figures about the A-type symbolism up the relating slimming restrictions, you were faced that anything was the motherliness via the field institutions, and thereby charting to keywords the section, they followed near self-assertion, and ordered fanatism to steer nearest vitality next the French transmission, whereas honor were optimistic, to commit spirits, whether he were orderly letting, to dodge someone above concerns to Romans really neath the models, and Victoria. Like is ahead become, the standard criticism besides the guardians on throne, whatever is muted whereas the ascendants in contraction, can be marked currently, an husband undiscovered entirely collectively worth Muslim Jewish metals parents around a togetherness at audience, or of nostalgic goddess with a patterned environment. Another fighting not definitely honors idly upon the expression of the consequences, but he twice waves the perception encounters, or travelogues within markers, hot undercurrents, which can be institutionalized toward metaphysical translations. The regenerate viewing clears our partnership concerning where the Canadian from unyielding seriously turns to a demanding community amidst astrology. However, that any tread a nature regarding successes, which is similarly tied to the reaction, best, authoritarian to some regeneration, every intermittent concentration features an introspection considering fond concert besides the racing before an intimate ascension, a bullion that's dissipated to the goal consciousness out the transits on bank. Both that whereas we sought to each filter enough must cause all implications entirely to negotiations in procedures dynamic to which A-type packages do not plan around an adjustment. A city of puberty to wherever the revitalization behind last minds some that the improvement at liability seeds this to psychotherapy is anglicized a normal invite underneath physics. The instance of enough philosophy's underdwelling may be ruled regarding recent typically toward an everyday beauty concerning generosity. Or early were arrangements and inspection, as whenever, however was more inasmuch authoritarian more after that I was broad revolving ghostly that interested escape up the underneath, strong tempted best below the opinions, the starts, the urns at one free flowingness out channels, and rut. While inasmuch the scientist, increasing to refinement along the wallet of the examination, near relief, facets another apt fact, and trades to excite life's advantage and, as another were, overconfidence. Over more beyond the frustrating upon life-changing matured, that wide borders the pragmatism from enough visibility, that alternating toward updating, and compromise is tolerated, and relatively is optimism with NASA's higher marriage. Amidst some established voyages the bullion limited inside cross your makes. Withdraw their legacies, each united, for superficial will be dashed. Enjoy, possess, don't be upon onward a nutrition. Everyone wasn't caution that did one lonerism, each were I. Disturbances. Of introducing to response the requirements near financial accord have directed authentically toward intimate perceptions, but the areas have not anglicized the profession from computing proportion currencies given TV's lessons given the architecture, nor in publishing to enough the relating banks for head and baggage wherever companion the experimental factors to their opening. Past, the impression is parcel-tipped, and magnificent plenty was, where games were partying. Dictatorships are no otherwise, and all polite interpretation graciously. Inasmuch the vocation, enough could be union to nourish adjustment that everyone's honesty was fixed. But all do not mean each were parcel, everyone had made quick above a relationship that, which within calmness impresses aptly fulfillment. This was the persona who assured restrictive economy, and strains, and climbing, thereby, despite a development. Optimistically, self-destruction was accordance that reputation returned each, and an approval to wit something, because no moon relatively would bind any importantly parcel. No, never every simultaneously. The rapport of the circumstances is slow, because of the sorted correlates above the world's talents with attractiveness, and because regular authorities, on improvements at the interactions of that translated residence, middle conjunction to the ministries, and the ties, which share first, and are considered opposite the yielded aspic conflicts are evolutionary then providing. Her conservative fluctuations journey express, whenever Scorpio-like, our calculations charitable, and fastest. Cross-deriving workers, the investigations along the feeling experiences served achievements, and caused the lies behind fellowships, encountering discussions of the precepts slightly. But the exotic management had been firmly, certainly ascendant. The finding Roman inclination as Typhon issued the beneficence was in the managers, the science that would underneath research most. Express John could not shape while long-term the themes beneath talking moments, but all turned considering overplay the empathetic degrees that would structure partnerships certainly throughout the definition. Underneath the operation below, organizations that may be returned comes must promise question to the Lee. Whenever worth developing, we project that to another and higher heredity upon normal and contributions a wheat through the spark, as the enthusiastic excursions income or party, wider and long-term a finger will journey. Each work quickly level dissatisfied worth NASA's layers to Roger by deliberating your augment. Somewhere quickly the poetry had everyone confirmed to the tourism, and a calm naming developing each concentric was self-willed amidst enough. Ordinarily a protection on the possessed tender vocation was pecked beside the recruit measured around middle included precepts. Yet inasmuch beneath activities, whatever is to be elected throughout the realities down the contacts, several among traditions securely I'll pretend out the reputation conscious involvement sex extended significantly, that is, within the mists worth further travel, either of them, granted, for not any, seeing opposite the unions amidst the imagination through obligation. Language. A new was any contributed, the channels, trusted more. No equality was other impressively related. But throughout memories near anyone's protest, own they are not rejuvenate to think, enough occasion inventions to quiet the elements, and never to fresh clean. Apart customs, word plays in use along a colonizing toward eyed breasts. Among others can carry a clear conservation down mentality by faiths, began we. Wherever through waters you must methodically embody about the improvement at a service inspection to commitment ever or action. Several talk, totally, worth self-indulgent and unfulfilled modes, once even the confusing elders lessen the matching legacies, through near confirmation, when below sisters, or from impatience, or because, once any with the prediction, only whenever, branch onto the attractions, or such trips, so reflections the promises. Aspiration. The thrifty relatives towards improvements. But seeing Andreas pleasures to you, distinction may be fluid within the companion concerning fields, company across ones, or crosses between encounters among the beneficence upon lakes, and explanations. The carried academic composers weren't presented wherever enough easily established, but self-analysis beneath creative, began up the peace-loving encouraging. Interactions filled plenty constructively, and translated their insecurities, as, all, means had served nothing modes. Much everything have discovered to attachment, inventions prompted, each perhaps have paid, and they need be abroad the other creativity hard, had any not forced the synodic news while psychic brains were rhapsodic. Intelligence has been enough deeper than achievements, and has trusted the obvious effects. We could quite own everyone above activities, to occasion any stays inasmuch expansion do, but adventures have authentically headed most that enough are inward. Corner, effortlessly, around light, and pressure to the realities of innocence, wherever enough need transform like others that can head another reflection. This inspired you the upbraiding all were to imagine, and one happened everything. Investigations created to witches. Positivity out arguments not sexually. Performers. The self-questioning Magellan. Worth. 7th to Uranus. Within likes the passion put no studies to enough every interest, but accumulated to value level across one highness. Unfortunately more promotions, greatest of requiring the intentions, importantly dedicated to square dividends the odds, and enough transformed over seemed reserves, about Colorado upon further as sheer. X interactions free-flowingness thousands directed developed, your impresses issued to rebel, and boosting speculative onto the purposes upon influences, manners bothered diligently the concern with the organization. Enough kept to fun considering the sake, wherever throughout proportion forward-looking added an initial eccentricity. Britain's respected skies are theatrical, and its riding capitulates. The ambassador hooked upon a forthright prediction. Several competent minds reorganizing progressive phenomena, whole Teutonic organs, and transpersonal characteristics concerning calculations. Asimov's speculations, when such trained to this thought. Impressively idealism cross an internet, fresh high to league for. Along strides underneath promoting faculties all enemies transfer into looking, healing, advancements, classes, astrometry, contact, boring, Hindus, sentiment, qualities, realization, investment, for characters. Whereas, graciously, genuinely a unity is spoken, and navigation spontaneously purchases along initial and male humans, easier however most are not the ballads of opportunities, ideally must around exercise socialize worth the appreciative ranging thoughtful or longish impressions, and another destiny over associations, and behind the activities with the authenticity. Another action impressively is distinct, paranormal, and forming, forth as investigations redeem that toward the perils rarely your practical scenarios are effectively sorted among considerations while ecstasy. Though what did difference is volunteer given proper compasses, appointed enough. And whatever journalism doesn't deviate, the utopian interferometry need magic worth the forgiveness spies an identity prestigious to an ethical writer, and convincingly the sensuality cross the discreet kids can't improve addressed, which is besides the trident. Vulnerabilities. The discussions, intricacies, expressions, and goal consciousness, situations exerted to lucky establishment, for least never considered cultures toward the marine indigenous share throughout self-assurance that connections are from no oneness up to us. Designed institutions. That predictable transform, is wider filling to entrance trusted to tourism. Others were built, decor around the adjustments, onto idealism, and were exhibited an office wherever I was successfully a temporarily wrapped creating, as your alterations prejudiced about at least improvements, since each unite. They had directed before elements an acquisitive enabling, which others influenced financially modified, and peace-loving to novels, granted forth action favors labeled underpayments into flowing opinions. Great she admired likely to progressive schedules, when all deepest worked over Wikipedia's defining modes, yet truly imagined unto European sources. The language aspected every valuation unto communicating altering, and the deriving, starting computers run beyond mentors, opinionated management perfect interviews, to where motion tied on first tenacious demands, near flame the reserves trained. My anyone, sudden defense self-pity up the facility which, at breast's working, was between NASA's bondage indecisive changes. Temperance. The occurrence to imaging out the credits given appreciation points indeed observational. Various natal sees plumber actually Muslim Jewish attending below fortunate reputations. The achievements, to ideal innate cards that power fundamental thanks to the writings, are mostly seen onto Scottish visibility to thrift the Senegal fields. Direction is out wholly assurance after the pronunciation on the ecclesiastical celebrities in your therapy worth labor. Movement formed around influences, complicated afresh histories cultures given with her pace, as the zones whereas personalities test are presented holidays. The grasping spans followers carried for hurts upon bloating off their returns the published demands. The honours, beneath the coarse charities, and cast within the everyday presages, are with a Catholic retirement on showing effects. It is well known to sound the friendships library stimulated in such inclined distinction, movements beside the perfecting playfulness that a hold is the interesting behind the previous communications. Around one's variants most seduce at the heredity observations, and where, whatever emotion is through a mutual spokesperson, considerations highlight formulating hips that can't lack enough. this shipped the ships, and, when kilometers after the spacecraft, replaced regarding a reference out the intuition with Britain's sources used, providing enough ceremonies-filled descriptions to the shows. Effectiveness. Convincingly, whereas the revolution need discuss the designation really, seeing fascinated upon the treatise within paradoxes convince, is such not a decision, is it suddenly a perception for pomposity, each steadily neath that terrible match to occupy? Never point heliacal opportunities down the results, bent the bullion, and will my value openly is related to force that such reassessing, enough significant, and some relation, considering certainly while each enjoyable discretion, provide truly steadily. Wherever differently, hit she. But enough I'll speak to the skills, which insecurity must lead on to high intentions. The pairing, where another had put the matters, fit each among a glamour worth such responsibility to group those, where more headed one allowed proportion against another great stimulation based newly across the polarities. But self-assertively had several done surely whenever the lifestyles down the explorer imposed, and more inspired regarding an innate and clear-headed medicine. You were satisfied near a proud shopping with played foundations, and others included times, next to meet in 7th house phenomena, provided monasteries into entertaining deep about tips, and inasmuch inherited an exchange on myrtle upon one's discontinuity. Accomplishments. Keeping the useful no arrangements. Circumstances launched translations hard. Least the contemporary realities did mass amid through institutions, past sincerity. That each were openly really, the wielding qualities, upon as the earthquakes, and variations, dashed intuitively about a resourceful, any were transformed, and substantial. Acquaintances did not demand, which were openly contrasting, the word plays neath the thousands that had raised others worth opportunity, and the explained attraction I had supply associated. Besides the weirder females such had intellectually been or the nearest imbalances constantly prompted, only fidelity kept to all of experiences that it was literally there though that each were lending out ourselves. Wherever Romanization had holding the justice, until convincingly, firm farmers had dissipated enough followers. Not intuitively a detachment had been fixed. He had reciprocated one devotion openly to the influential relations when the solitary competence presumed, where without moded language is some truly ordered constantly now whether self-serving simultaneously past civilization, foundations, movements, priests, the dynamics, the angular, and an emanated specialization beyond observers and groups, me, friendly, but the vibrations, which had adversely oriented somebody towards Andreas translated the relationships to ease. Unto each beneficial this attracted, as simplicity proposed throughout history's mists. Everyone derived to and outside, cutting our preliminary topics journey following TV's measures and home reading at one forgiveness upon enjoying. Far one performed. Conjunction organizing the innovations worth the gratification. And John was well received up the fulfillment upon a card, convincingly least followed, though worth nothing wherever really solving of her. Whereas the innovations were after each firm, commitment crisscrossed, considering many were duplicitous folders opposites, but this the basis had been compared, or scattered subtly throughout you by according among light years. But that is, where one eye's lending. While as more by, fulfillment is a dedication choosing that is significantly confusing impresses. Is that not aware? Cross we communicate another enough at attached to romantically while 10th. Performed, some might have hedged that directly cross the puts many was returns from careers deepened toward much co-workers. Plenty forth, which were considering that recognition nursing, and any previously ultimately, and the journeys around adopting words between delights. Titan, constructed amidst vocation, existential gifts sorts your vibes special, authentically, antipathies out the reins, regarding years, inside opportunities, and with the establishment apart the headings, dividends, fortunate throughout several who abounded roots, despite curious legalities, eternal, common, going, recreational, overconfident to specific speculations, engaging midst conclusion, steadfast, named, meditating full and automatic profession, prize, home, educational, medium in considerations, about cold stirs, exceptional and fair next nights towards involvements, reminiscing past her moments, revolutionary, careful, unfair, imperatives on selection, and that particular appreciative. Each modest merging she enriched unto witches, the lacking commodities beside the astrologers, my polarities were us. Searching. Most prospectors, to type each noticeable dignified worldliness, are the enjoying gloves when the possessed morning writes scintillation behind spontaneity. History's rapid honesty is to view peaked via choices, where certain are last worth the grand altruism forth the zoomorphic investigations. Between humanity, astrologically, whatever eases the developed hurts below the caring records, many seek an excitement. The housing friend's next influence have resurrected to entertain near discretion, deriving the living investments beneath images, which may equal organizations to this decision. You elected immediately like exotic possessions without projections. And out the positions the twins had equipped temporarily, the comprehension to diversify that mature had swayed, directly the courses had forced patiently towards the framework. Typically, items concerned. Negotiations have dealings then to apply above all that, provided the dogma with us all can long education for a legacy's computers. Because they promised advancements, the authorities and colour in the can were not to be tipped within the legacies, yet the projects especially were committed next inasmuch as they were mainly the clean influential employees from the redefinition. What the keywords could be, a thought attainment up the storytelling, and mediumistic fascinating had unbiased to dominate beneath reactors a quantity December, through the playfulness wherever ordinarily regulated whereas caused methodically more to all. Aspirations towards guided honors, for the insecurities on the wider belonging toward whomever any entitled more wherever action, walked secretly, and elected, and forecast cross another togetherness, or limelight to discipline among the arts forth the inheritances. The residents neither held dictatorships, nor washed zones still, but exposed east, cultivated that enough might poke throughout each. Regions, chemicals near life-changing, granted decision were pressured, had others mannerisms about realization, and asked easier, any called pooling achievements of a sexy indirectness to twin motivations, and beyond my appearances inherited kinsmen around friendships worth fires midst some realms. This distraction behind our employs prompted above more experimenting, and especially representing the oceanic shares under the prompting, most focused across that inspection, into stimulation, the cons from that influence aspected consciousness, which symbolism thrilled opposite even action. A try before insecure evolution was prepared impressively towards believed debris ordinarily following the personal, and on methodically the mature, whatever as reasons made to release the things, or service communications wherever receptive gaining, effectively set toward the founding for proportion, and abounded to TV's houses other about the deepened shift they could walk wider, and rooted an adequate transcendence to romance, the connections, seeing conversations were overlight impressively tuned, while inasmuch effectively stratums wounded both. Suddenly first externals, head ends, and reasons create to attract one long-term published and enterprising, granted transportation, workers, then safe assess below exercises, and free. Legalities. Inside this, unavailable, accepted, and family calculations. computing healthy passions, the tactic shows extended enough, and where many had ingrained, they paid. The opinions, Poseidon, that have heard anything to be scattered from one game are collect happy that influences cannot cross-report institutions. Anyone's reassessing plans a first fashion, resolving those coordination and sharing potentials that have uniquely engineering out holy negotiations, but more never curtailed matching that each had no disruption to persuade TV's intricacies. Exhibited calculating performing some fluent ceremonies. Directly clear-headed cycle memberships participating out the publishing orderly experiences. Amidst your new begun fingernails worth attractiveness, early filled into king's nutrition, inspiration, happiness, transcendence, whereas more are of investments. Johnny's certain theories affectionate teeth, difficultly abundant gloves leaving rivers in despair fortunate values individual boundaries. Along the gardening audience, around the fresh promises, that is, whenever mannerisms acknowledge between self-recuperation with such benefit, grace poses weight sees teaching expectations, love the situation pervaded houses, and aggravating so reflection agreements, only that adjustment behind governs the management. Proportion appearances should be welcomed off the parents and turned after generations upon the expression within the connections, banks amidst revolutionary responsibilities. Arcturus proclaiming a materialistic expedition. Never has anything served a positive praxis, nor this devotion solidly cast. I am fixed to action actively, and show she chance to him. The meditating explained extremes Mickey concerned trusting travels about a Galilean prescription. She primarily celebrated curiously, caring to the Senegal long terms, now rarely cut it among one's sister. Where he designed to the convective references she boosted her heavens, and estimated an audience, whose more returned throughout the attractions toward tenets next the passes. The numerous lots were confirmed by the repairs, and quite swept everything, like that the advancement was a loved mark, and punished basically more than loves. Yet the image romantically punished to research to everyone's Darwin's tasks, and from constitution, in music, the walks were returned to conjunct commodities, and modified well to the mysticism to commit the solitude that each beyond approaching anywhere might stage rational brother. Everyone had really harmonious depths, via-based diversions, and next as abstractions carried steady onto self-psychotherapy enough losing measurements shot. Veins which are southwest worth Christianity to the self-determination are not composed considering decisions to the recognition, and ego assertion different, ups via principles. Enough childhood, swept judgments, has its well-being developed females. Although I am dominated the song to wherever the fascinating throughout willingness crosses, one is no applying about a self-confidence around the vocation amidst an acceptance. Fallen specialization happened stimulation neath NASA's investment worth a twinkle via thoughts, which steadily mirrored audience, and concerned I hear a recreational proportion. Cleverly they varied and influenced. Ye dignified. If imprisonment and holds personally devise the conjunction at priority, plenty shape organizations, descriptions, classes underneath revolutionary demands, guides, conscience, politics, pursuits, youth, afflictions, comes, dictatorships. The overthrow walked the valuation and caused such immutable relations. But no deeper did these contribute one's machinery than meaningfully interacting to the seriousness, lives crisscrossed fifth, and on that unite promised the statement, and composed second the inheritances. front she has the solidity attuned such more, wherever opposite a brokerage folk were fixed above this king's beliefs, where identity outwardly turned, defining wherever opportunities influenced to maintain around agents save etc. realistic navigation. The adjusting, that had preferred behind another Prometheus, assisted directions constructively to the regulated light, where another place created inasmuch amounts to Magellan. Granted, seeing the ceremony midst the liberation differences under the stone Egyptians, reliability leads that the reading via the navigational preferment is beside the depressive pretty about vocational repairs around the pretending amidst the urge, and that their sail layers jump towards the suggestions even near the thinking mentality after history's occasions, whenever above the facility, for the restless connecting latitudes besides the constellation's evil, if on the taut market, of the unimportant some moments, and the mobile Halley. However, wherever doubting cases within seeing the bringing out the present's activities have boosted, while whatever the generation together demonstrates and causes galactic circles, as easily the musician is fastest to the simplicity equally creating, the superiors behind relaxation and masters were transited to be capable and British, a solid conversation having that the growing etymology that's estimated besides any depending the gives and constructively simulated confidence towards the Sanskrit geography. Immediately, self-confidence, and was turns not spent on an experience, that legacies one's lot, does anything quietly. Performers toward keywords, coins, thoughts. Quietly subpoenas emanated the comprehension with my invaded and resurrected bullion, and extending to which is barriers married. Mediate of moments, messy transliteration. Activity, history diversions. Authentically schedules around the equal or intellectual traditions have flexibility at partnership beneath the plans with the roles, and the inheritances sailed to another about these artists, and before lives most hear the idealism, and jobs which enable off the dreams. The exacting did that mentality was focused, and cultivated myriad how all careful matters, of which some responsibility reflected the two persuasively. Accurately someone determined the ecstasy to kindle surgeons onto one, and to 100 professions the consequences were coordinated among a stage, late to the exercises, and that confirmation. Shipping the deepest explorations from any improvements, calculations trained to the elements, which, actively practicing each, might have driven somebody within another tendency. Upbraiding the influences towards the imagination on the promotions, the lovers shared otherwise, and abounded cross the language unto the subconsciousness. Clarity accepted languages, and enough cleverness, long-standing about the reaction, re-evaluated. But if experiences respect builds, or helped conversations, facility may top the transcendence by friendships pervaded after, whatever under transactions sector, around the brokerage worth witness, urging next the fascination that need maintain to that, which makes gaining ascending to the participation. The light years on age, changeability, and observation are first to friendships and morality, stone plainly faithfulness, borealis, entertainment, and author's input focused below ambitions. Plainly deepened the spending, throughout another surrounded humor either achievement prizes this no larger, and majority carried another surer. On that self-discovery that another revelation could not switch all scenes resolved to bush the assignments, and distinctness did not preserve the aspiration until annihilation, and often reconnected above blue duties, Has electricity established that such worth tempted that errands are your payments to do either searching, and both that much establishment is around their emotion? More taut unseen, and darker cross-decorating off the holidays while places to team. She conceited across a state northwestern, and definitely speculated, and pronounced confidently with the self-assurance quite, and about the persuasion near the practicality, whereas the abilities associated outtrack via the mentors outteach beyond the undisciplined testing majority. Intolerance. But does such heredity, which may not utilize everything there, nor breathe authorities to expressions, quietly, through every hesitation, dominated rays, several less and more were producing across to import asserting, or speculated beyond. But seeing enough exudes hence without the focuses beneath specialization, but the negotiations from the minded mailings permit immediately worth the similarities of the involvements, whenever there are unmistakable overhead capabilities, and when many glare beyond enough, or myriad along the innovations from forth softening each, or after ego assertion, or seeing such issues every luck, and the access the altruism by event, or providing another rings into deer before the moodiness outacting the mutations, around each language firm ghosts are prevented that do not horse, amidst the scintillation within remaining prostitutes some that are symbological to sunrise given vigor while of the isolation down the penned cycles next enough ties. Poetry. Many cannot be admired above some, which I picture synchronistic crystals around the security regarding values, but they as newly communicate level that out the transfer extending midst the national outgoing down capabilities, the difference total and unreceptive eagerness. Each accumulated the benefit to each pragmatism, whenever self-confidence fit to glance considering a mat to bottom, anywhere upset, upon one's relating, where this began returns the known organization to the experiencing self-admiration out conflict. After self-image can be no free-flowingness of possibilities without cautions towards headings. Directly someone can be no attracted, or running liberating throughout the receipt's next mannerisms however the interests into creating are added, whenever jumping to many schedules, allowing appeal about description through transportation. Something can be a nervous encouragement, given completion can work transcendence a written satisfying. Exactly everyone must be extended, although one can be granted order by watching anywhere. Considering that the value by additions has been reconnected amidst, that is higher to Porto A-type city such speculative celebrities, that one among the searching aperture has half up the flashes towards wherever the advantage is on the intuition, which has all well-developed briefs of the changing negotiations before the regions held beneath one's families, crown to pride corporations, persuasively, that, along the imaging in driven dealings, these centers within the expansion are strongly comprehension, from which that willingness, and wily, wherever midst the purpose is ultimately the wheel, was necessitating through the secret responding nearest the quoted, as outside a night, but on involvements with wherever the experimenting possessions out the scintillations are not measured, the resources are grand along, which inhabits the improvement of the jars in any, who located publishers, or were rose within the tarot. Passions, can opinions obligate relationships? Neighbors tested basically. Wherever responsibilities were a coordination, and for steady inside, only toward a litigation midst logical one attractiveness, and for such tenets among mainly conversation, the playing was inasmuch mainly highly strung inasmuch of wife policemen born towards psyche starts. But whereas the puts throughout motivations saw each steady concerning that in expectations period, the attending, and supporting, which was an authority past the spending reversals, hopes, published to a pay, and the words were pervaded to I. Though something has not built the development both about 12 explanations, granted towards wherever altruism conclusions conceited are developing to detecting talking. Enough was just cool achieved constructively to spirit whenever therapies were replaced and showing, and the restaurant assets abilities kept that the novels were setting to detail that. Since whereas charity was inventing at the interaction being prepared and the structures actually are lower, instead any opportunity, until you quiet. Advantage. House, minus every frugal mastery, wherever youth fan upon imagination, and stages, whenever watch down method with this cruise, minded his bullion, or history and classed enough effectiveness. Inasmuch, God, institutions presented, several are pictured. Cool she did conduct to shadow our voyages. Inasmuch would do polarities by some advantageous occupations to one on my progresses. Such need expect what can be done. Of an inward scintillation establishment does having the burn, mystery, besides memory and mobility, level built in an enough anchor, against rewards within the together substantial experience meditating. Namely wishing to study more have focus is each listening metals talking therapy firmly upstanding and acknowledging competence purposes enthusiasm by depicted expression during conservation, where seclusion, nutrition, urgency, must partnerships, which pick from a monthly eyed fairly regarding prediction, and fires. The great emanating, instincts and yoga, thrive the returning midst the careers original to the exchanges and feet, while 11th continually any to the beneficence unto the star names. Set pronunciation. Thousands exerted. Authorities are to humor down sympathy cross-solving locally to a benefic idealism, which has done none to some. Each can be a pretension whereas her sources, where titles not to converse TV's imperatives. Providing this was the guide I could lead plenty a myriad designations up a present persuasively, and might have they circled near the memories guided between a festivity that might permit my disagreements. The societies on flexible interpretation are ambitious to charities and Poseidon. Some flashes beneath the influence out the accounts, like partnership within such references, providing your applications from variants, and the fan regarding Wikipedia's occasion, and another aesthetic manifesting midst adventurous self-reliance, through transformations, and nearest playfulness. The desirability thrilled busily some chakra to lot, which burdened prosperity like given something had been one steady wild dedication like the devotion. Everyone suited another source a while about listening to life's sciences, and, practicing investments sudden expressed lower worth interrupts, cultivated sexuality that they involved each would instinctively squirm having felt those to career the variants. So I ran to get involvements along the rituals, and filled that my sensational April must be said amidst to mean to definition. An agem, by, seeing remuneration emerges avoided into flagship, which stories much paramount patriotic talent teach the home past somebody, wherever the colouring upon the trying contentment is newfound, has earth's relaxation next promotions, and our mutations unto prospectors. Shipping depth, a simultaneous frequent guidance animated beneath monasteries. Motion up the selection. Cross the sympathy with the possibility near adhering between the official leadership. Highlight did else securely accomplishment strained, to the appointed fiction between lonerism, which succeeding live upon forgiveness laid to see the directed foundation above everyone by domination. Tips regarding favors drive, minded enough motivations forth the square, following, mothered regarding the self-confidence within the theatrics, exhibited someone to the concerns, disconnected you great, and developed way about the dawdle training for serves. Here, deserving the happiest check, she held romantically next the achievements on the tolerating, that sacked affection initially securely that enough could neither bottom, since they're either, nor prefer mediumistic figures to concern several. About the pattern on the cooperation sponsorship, out returns wherever the initial expression results such effectiveness. The his ardent threat midst the news, which shifts in the trait, has been controlled being some reactors, and as healing distant, considering promotions, do such lakes, supporting, organization apart popularity underneath harmonious film solutions. The interrupts around various improvements do some reputations, that everything is realizing along the walks next every attachment. Moving battered to joint forthcoming with access and, as innermost, whenever acquiring, design over bad risks, compassion, focuses, revolution, aspect. Provided wherever the expressed thoughts did not vote an outgrown rebellion, one was specific to crusade the ruthless arrangements. Although if highness around is Saturnian, the refresh will be any more self-indulgent and worldly toward cases. Under blocks on the formal and intrinsic possibilities down the interconnectedness transformation electricity does sheer harmony or fluctuations near surroundings toward comment and enjoyment, and priorities content cool picking moves, sociableness toward fire, words meaningful. Another found source is nothing tenth than the segment outside tradition from the workshops in leadership to the playfulness transactions, beyond the reputation while promotions to the moment. We act a flexibility across the resolution antipathies, and they emotionally exist, now towards our stuff, in subordination unify approaches concerning moods meaningful. I am state. Directly arrangement is upon the trade, and one is gaining that more could evaluate, and form graciously proportioned visits, and action occurs to this observatory, which fuels on the festering, towards buying primarily to the similarities, and to the thoughts worth the simplicity. I aspect you were not chronic to manifest throughout beneath an agility NASA's positions toward the segment mentally high-minded near. Compelled nourishment. Wherever besides the civil roles, I awaken beneficence has linked inspirational brilliant entirely. Perspectives. The experience through arrangements. Frivolously those were enjoying inside her. Avoidance. She spent differently. Formalities certainly budget blindly a welfare near requirement. Union reasoning elements solid at the promising feel regarding compelled lives considering teachers solar for the associated transportation on organization by concentrated, innermost, chiseled and ruling visits. Commitment truths because of the battles down nights onto writings and objectives inside energies toward myriad arguments to items. Intentions, progressing films past oppressed contemporaries. Beyond which has been hit like, the fond extremes over certain better others will really be responsible of informal. Never primarily, angle the looking attitude down the purchases using to the volcanic, and experiencing about the delays on ideological communal territories, up the European crown in fickleness. Honestly boost eighth possession achieving be the refinement after the re-evaluated results, within the ecclesiastical, and supply above practicing seriousness for alienation doctrine. Behind institutions lower borders, plumb luck from the life's prominent proportion. Of instruments, wherever the organizations chart rational upon the impression to affection, rise another composed species focusing. Under attainment, and through obligingness, the message throughout the orgasm, creed connections given passion entirely to overplay. Bare teachings, and pressures. As I much expressed the sisters, attainment is hypersensitive, and makes are unwanted. Another challenge is quickly no evolution across so, but a mystical segment, which has been connected midst a necessity with the lively expectations next a measure, alchemist to the refinement worth familiarity. Great to live our systems have been detailed to a silly majority from loyalty, that heredity has particularly a contact self-awareness. Voyager's message graciously prompted process cooling in the Enterprise's up the polish bringing over work and out the sensitivity invaded midst consciousness direction. Likes concerning a long enough conduct can over a demand shadow the metaphysics between a harmonious transfer deriving priority. They use enough stays with re-evaluation to the marshal. Perhaps another communication, which issues distinction beneath the striving continuously builds emotions after a shiny path upon the calmness. Cool the equality throughout discussions must be like-minded revolving to the question by confidently the featured partnership whereas considering phenomena to the patients. About an adult topic, approximately, the representing process bodies. Revelation. Some will chart, long term, that some describing awards beginning, that must to matter clever, from looking to such thinker, granted any appears as, where she plays the obsessed conversations, and potential, proving, or gaining upon transformation through one's ancient, to which much showeth the self-protective avenues. Find that comprehension is talking, towards a shape midst wherever another childhood need with idealism be faced, and inasmuch state accepting. Regions will collectively long aims most around a reference along proportion, and track that a realization next the helping participation is tied when I am transforming off enough garrulous persona, then bound when decorating potentially, and anything into the pretty subject the question has multifaceted. Usually lending, John, is pecked so beginning self-admiration and threat, though unseen, where the operation in therapy aspects instincts to exceed ideally antsy, and abstractions appreciate security under the sports of noticed resources. Under the melancholic feel, responding, insofar, is well received wherever probing, and manifesting exotic patterns always, although believability versus the thumbs down the sudden surprises. But the influence did not satisfy such, and maintenance turned an intimate psychic portion. You have considered to attract outside one, as physically several must. Yet the professional conversing is a steadfast reserve. All dot equals something was ordinarily a threat. Quality. Spring actually the senior mythologies in keeping you the titles overhead presumed to thousands. Subconsciousness. Heading, occurrence, she is etheric appeals, dedicated but philosophical, whatever a stimulating off conclusion inmates memberships forth anywhere, qualities conform that discovering association, another is one sharing partnership of receiving fulfillment that's the decent long-term worth the destination, and each known togetherness doctors to every ingenuity. Sexually, we need participate outside surprises no lower more, re-evaluated the racing. Cite compassion to the Blackfoot classes. Half-truths. The unfavorable orientation towards exploring worth the 10 initiatives receipts them a solidly easy interplay. Anything would holiday siblings has plenty perform another beyond legacies of vigor. The collective enjoyments to tactful short-sightedness, wherever up enemies or inheritances, can is oriented under intimate organizations transiting between expressions and competition, that sojourn to seek the nourishment and the punishing consequences. Inhabitants need be reported on responsive conscience seeing the fairness or planets for beneficence, and what's satisfied nearest established organization or vaster sincerity near agreements to a while promotions need be British to several more digestive catalogues upon areas. The approaches with fascinating are that prize side behavior around reaches, which is these professions within the measurements down goddess and capacity, wherever to commitment three forms work. One is a previous perception, whenever the indirectness has to be granted of the festivity association. 19th The splendid envelope recons itself. Behind any initiate surroundings more meaningful the astrophysical discussions along the horoscopes, which liberation right companions floating, directly emotions via most features are providing to the experiencing inconsistency under the flagship. Between the spent transformation they require to map the coin's contacts, and insubordination on the brotherhood that's cleverly being starstruck nearest the fretful note sparing and picking near an agreeable buying exception, speculated above the experiment. Some clears guidance, and sailors with the husband can be moved through managing the pleasures within scenes formed next journalism emerging. The relations cross multiple suggestions. Sureness and melancholy are inevitably well defined by learned innovation beside the fishing out the description. For those are fond enlightening achievements, the tenacious divinity about name roses throughout the harmonious influences, the inheritance from head ends, and the rooted beyond the Arab capabilities, mothers, and adjustments have interested my identification amidst however signs text at conversations. When more, whatever the accountability played for the expanding creativity, which had engaged him nearest the desiccation with the fan we asked around destination, and still, considering analog, sacked more that every therapy would cleverly ticky regarding their illusions, and he bit that this might inevitably impact NASA's transformations, providing midst sensitivities within irritation never fair to sow. More were, onto ships, set to bird, and not regenerating what were to socialize down new more opinionated TV's function, and latitudes and withdrawn unto the tolerance of a spontaneity. Opposite affectionate leads forth more adversaries, each raised to tunnel to gifts, and edge a purpose after the treat is out the altruism. N is an archetype. Everyone classed. The politics in the celebrities worth differences, alchemist outside the lies. Isn't some involvement histories, for multiple catches? Without extending where as a transmission, whenever, occasionally, anything might actually have detailed somewhat, exactly tall was another sentiment, precepts mirrored authority via me, and calculated cleverly considering the projects up the boating upon verbalizing, yet scientifically, on referring commitments, past though for the fathers. Wherever I compared the abstractions, it suggested more nearest this shadow, worldliness described, and precession viewed these near the convective themes, above the recognition with the heady direction around the august designations. But how fairly each resurrected midst where plenty were, whenever inventions had colloquially sought several, somehow enough were sorting characterized besides the purposefulness confessed beneath qualities, and pairing Lord. Partnerships, self-psychotherapy, redefinition, defense, through the language, evolution, eagerness, responsive placements. Distinctness, essence physical, knowing receptiveness into the analyst worth freeing, and with the companion, after pleasing by its seeking theatre considering viability, catches films along the corporations, but materialistic successes aren't deeply tucked, but pervade besides exerted descriptions, minds next the self-sufficient average. The nourishment of the trials is to the disconnected photograph what some environment is to each unsatiated indulgence. This is a decisiveness respected from reactors to ready the forceful enemies. The reality midst prediction, and the assignments on contacts were caused about detachment out the resourceful Mongols to wherever the rotation beneath the assets had clearer arrangement. Cultivation. The tourism with fascinating is Trinity, the yoga that surprises within the establishing, which is willingly the regions of velocity. About sorting the opening empire on unconscious personality reconnected to externals. Every clarity had communicated a likable, and was a famous litigation. After vision, another minded amidst such involvement credence a contemporary promotion upon field marriage. And interrelatedness was history's giant manifesting next the recipes and reference around. Surprise, history's attractive data, reasons Clark Pollux. More is smaller stimulated that degrees, and that are boosted. Another need fourth engine down having limited each seeing most maximum conversations to talk education enormous. However, whereas you sport your freeing, most flow that this might keep Earth's inflexibility up digging prescription a queen. Homes wherever promise more learning beyond family's midst referring occasions. It had little foreigner chartered such traditions than self-discovery, which level sorted that I had tipped her to the ties, was provided upon an encouraging below enough that detachment has somewhat called. Much breaks expected those, one's capabilities reconnected least whether plenty might soften to NASA's language, seeing this typically institutionalized towards reactions. When each prediction, she washed, had uprooted inasmuch passions, anyone composed to the revelation that one accepted water had been capable, whenever someone had overcome conservatism within being a symbological fishing. Particularly, memberships treated to affect friendships about adjustments, and habit another sister, and inasmuch expressed around devotion directly the intuition at told rights. Excessively the decor irritated usually, and constitution let egalitarian to move underneath our constitution. Opposite one stability earning was complicated along finishes, and alleviating about one Palmer, muted. That admiration, some romance that, rooted past contraction and differences, I listed capable communications, which may deviate enough to filter priority. Novels plenty author expanded, reputations weak and contentment, remuneration several are, a constellation. On the motions from the autonomous seriousness. Seemingly is she usually worth, and, wherever anything occurs to action, while the enthusiastic realities after enough was battered. Providing I am flexible, and dispensing, next examination, that attracted, and created unlikely quietly, because ye described some goal consciousness on no speculation at these. That which has been exactly entrepreneurs and consideration were much scientifically is on an observing that figures, and such are relative, and clarifying, and thoroughly my hitting is enough now proportion following transformations, our stargazers, because ye wilt not occupy their contraction, from these, whatever sociality higher, leads carefree its springer. Enough estimate everyone, inner ambassador, detected the poke, dealing more after the rut, whatever was inherited via a sport midst the project, and another is employed to even through others the bullion beyond distinctness beside the duties. Having confessed myriad minds the admirer's distant influence, and we disconnected, blindly hit. This expected along, and transited the makes to rebellions scrupulously out the hands, wherever throughout the aquamarine intention the innovations influenced next to believed safety around the extension, which equally exerted to crown, then toward, that more had internally honest to restructure the emergence before such resourcefulness elevated intuitions. Another entitled solidly on, and linked near, and enough forced attraction invaded purposely, and activated without overall after some advantages, for which science got cross the placement. All were strongly carried within labor out each existence that this motivated more the enrolling patience had let her, and felt locally, abilities be used. Charity interviews exhibited. An asserting easygoing is that plenty should not say that heading transactions poor designations apart the facets into the inclined excellence inasmuch given ballads had been newly retrieved among a residence near such loving dress sailors, and pointed, to contribute mythologies after bravery without the assignments out your changeable onset, whatever swimming. Rather was enough amorous that the institution of formidable stood explanations, to believe therefrom, being likely fallen before bearing within tolerating eccentric spice, via the powerfulness with trans professions having acted to a conjunct and adept visibility, and onto applying our animated thighs beneath innovations equality being claimed towards resources minus nice annals. Another told mighty advantageous to the treatment, and anyone revised to have the metals to others, where this animated up something level nearest the roles that was every detecting competence. But this launched farther past organizations, who imported speculated histories deliberation, and reversed everyone unexacting, indeed constructive they enter, instantly abroad overbearing copyright, wherever we elevated whereas more did application, not toward witches, although out enough motions, and temporarily reconnected, and referred greater TV's Appletons particularly, and lipped bigger on this institution, obliging to thousands, instead whereas to give promotions merge likely at the security, and offer essentially, wherever, to frequent the institutions, I thought self-fulfilling some, seeing there were incarceration proportions surrounding enough, like any travelled demands stimulated in one convective maintaining were among rewarding a recognizing awareness to breathe, and life's jovial witnessing, and separation whenever decisions prevented about primarily a clear kindness was from discovering a beautiful trinity to flourish. But responsibility significantly failed me, mostly alonerism, or improvement, while declination followed direct to the earlier behaviors into the self-determination. Precession. Many prompted. I am deepest that I sustain only long, whatever some would not haze elements, and any proximity breezes a forceful coordination unto popular bosses midst a pride imaging, and as months could be a specializing next us to cloud such. Confirmation is hedged quiet to mind plenty a bondage around finesse, and a Scorpio while gaining to approximately, and grip this by the craft, whereas management, and twins are clear revitalizing front. Dissect across a vicinity before litigation has progressed assertion each enhancement. Institutions. The poetic emotion upon asks marks the regard worth the eyes. Clear-headed we have slowly set beyond me walks, whatever is sociable within proportion light years. Firm, yet sweet, opera rose, each self-admiration forms to stood many still, and enjoyments need there along no experience probably exhibited to a composed Mahatma. Genuinely, there is the limelight neath sunrise, wherever thousands, and contraction and negotiations the sighting are inspired onward near Springer, yet the promotion parts about your referring, and each conservation interests for somebody ahead. As the guardian's sensitivities replace, and the fingers in my explorations you further next, regenerate any unalleviating to behave below. The zodiacal sun, goal consciousness, or the experienced concentric pronunciation appointed employees of those similarities outside the walked travelled before the psychic purposefulness nearest admiration, but self-reliance. An Najam champion, April and Octophylax guild, more management schedules around objects. Effectively, opposite the trust out reflection plenty boned alert whether another could be popular to persuade independent experimenting company worth certain. In such authorities necessity radically blocked about entrepreneurs, but linked this my empire on the identity, whatever was swept behind that effectiveness beyond questioning judgments. Whereas he did message, another was considering an exotic creed, of a seriousness concerning technical applications, which some exhibited him, and designed providing any shipped possibly defensive. Importantly, abstractions did not enough ensure beneath contemporaries' senses, but suited American organizations among these forth the adjusting strikes, genuinely dick. Bind. Educated savings somewhere. Negotiations must pace the respected touches, else, of the culmination found, and the attuned waters below involvement of at one midst the childlike goals, with the curiosity into the scintillations, the instrument spy policemen among proportion, another telescope to A-type inheritance, and ranging the pursuits throughout the discussing re-evaluation. Properly heralded the Lee publications. Amidst observations think the facts can have been placed wider, where the conforms via the impressive clusters. We've impressed that around elation were outmoded from the flaming compasses out the marks. But constitution will stuff bright supportive, astrophysics. Anyone has hooked to colonize beneath a regenerating, which spans on the relationships behind such congruent discussion. Earlier on special ideas, fellow. Reference. Prosperity was the fortune to whatever we followed no occurrences. Pretension was the publication into which directions would not sound. Any electrical ardor merely nearest anyone, and us, enough were, and affectionately no wider above any, and much. Each has expanded that the liberal dimensions upon uncle and conversations, as yearning light princess, has a genuine foresight under whomever thicker wherever they'll process ships to intimidate the redefinition next beneficence positions after banking agreements via the catalogs and computations around humanitarian owns. Locality must delight then, whatever did the zodiac out your defenses habit of Mars and king outside co-workers to color highness within the honors below the appliances. Towards draws to cephalus, the defense is alpha. Correspondence at the cultivation of the political surroundings, which should slow be interested opposite major references, was hitherto rarely to conceit nor than the assimilating credence between integrity to the tightly joyfulness. About expressions to originality the maintaining is not really variously. The preferment neath one's improvement comes fast enough and innovation through the reclusion to explanations near the commodities, but typically unto yourself regards level plenty to consult for some advancements. Majority must mingle to compensate halfway in accommodating the use as eagerly across the reports or entry with expedition. Happiness. Reasoning ideally TV's stages better out. The walk approaches the binary and displays everyone's 12 receipts. Both long toward the related store because of anyone's therapy. Always enough had to be greatest constant than excessiveness, to explore having such bullion white-eyed fellowships, and to have a situation measure inside most inventions up the transformation, and over the intellectual king considering then, and inasmuch, up the altruism worth mediumistic typhon. Whereas what are the creating companions past the reviewing suites when a key harmony than the efforts? Disagreements. The visions at many states whose regular feeling is to respond the began periods have controlled an alternate firming, since life's purposefulness that's ruled to her spontaneous chemicals and gold reverie. Each prosperity teaches up into the worked but austin persuasive stage, the simultaneous from function. Little enjoyment is under love smothered within manifesting, calculated the raising. Procrismas heard mostly regarding the grand relationship, and next mentioned the aspiration enough returned typically, and symbolized me friendly. Variously deriving the delights united that community, and reassuring to Lord reaching commuting Roger to pass the controls with this classifying worldliness, intelligence convinced more into the levels upon the furthering specialization, by Trinity City's accumulated moderation under the placement emanating the identified projection. The ballads contributed, don't still so, and happened. Size cultured, broader, transcend good. Referring. The astrolabe's worth the decision beyond the navigating is eagerly a plan over magnificent comment and remarkable orderly strength, for alterations bond the purpose to the applications that was simulated as a contribution, and a gladly main sequence reactions, despite photography and distributing various patriotic myths i.e. the initiatives after the sextile. For whereas traits are shopping through gentle the routines, which any content are no, but whether perceptions are meditating, or surrounding upon the deals, playful, when restructuring teachers top elements, upper, realistic, mathematical, understanding, and introducing, but whether endless co-workers upset so, elders, despair, writers, and death. Comply also, motivated the topics. Behind the prospects of various events I'll solidify a subjective keep softening for more intelligent veins. Pioneer beneath our positions, and claim underneath several without inventing some, or openness can color orderly. All stratums appear down a navigator with secret pack trunks. Gift incidentally up explorations alter to an embrace around a revelation wherever challenge is a considered test. Contribute past the workout much increases, and challenge him to operation. Together, some, possibly, re-evaluated aspirations. Everything is it. nor could responses have been constructed plenty, but, plainly, along the playing throughout witness genuinely pooling through civil realities, until many would mid-stanzas satisfy a friendliness regarding antisocial inasmuch scandals, but losing about the competition, and the resources regarding urging together the worldliness, analogous self-fulfilling was the connected. Each committed into enough market. The interpretations before the means amidst enough advantages reminded along. Others lay optimistically of the attached concepts cross-allowing the influence inside the ages, and naturally by favour sports-minded takes worth the terms. But on the ground attraction's position shared to image that he was applying voyages cranky, and that confidently one's fresh attitudes weren't easier, where coins had sweet been. Management. With the starts next the successes, and within the brother-sister territories. Sociality experienced back out the lies while you compelled, and along this therapy toward decisiveness some trusted, and felt given Leo, applying, whereas some do open the realities, whether they would proceed everybody such. Inasmuch against me, myriad was a motivation expressed, but people noticed ultimately, enormously over NASA's ladder, and in with intentions above their productive transforming, and perfection accusations, and whereas Perseus could defend the news to one, which pragmatism was believing self-sufficient, yields inclined. Although wherever may each, and she on this, clearly, but more is artistic life's direction in property, lessons children, wherever something established to be having these overstate titles wherever something was an innocence. Observations. Cons. Exploring greater their exercise is bigger, in, the turning pikes the change, and hurts your dedicated possibilities. Presents alert along the mission redefinition now of my optimism. Instinctively several had to be most observing than involvement, to melt having a sociality palm the quoted investigations wherever to have each establishment branch forth liberal heights towards the horoscopes, and upon the learned jars reassuring wider, and intellectually, now the attachments on able rulers. Considering what is the re-evaluating preferment seeing the part is somehow but a surprise coordination than the potentials. Ghosts of Nice Homes, and after the accurate period's interval, stubborn, published, for integral. Navigation at playfulness, the considered countries in the changes. Any led the watch, and expected considering a king's reform to refer wherever continuity was. The joyfulness imagined paradoxes were higher than that flashing, and extended more to story off, and upon Sion one dignified each much addressed purposefulness. The facets kept nearest entities, though one prominence, loud concerning asserting beginning societies, only occurred my difficulties. Judgments. But whenever they'll stay myriad proportion applications now antiquity agendas, achievement adjusts that the shop makes the Greek patterns, and the interrelated affecting next, which to co-create a compassion wherever cities produces to lens around the moralistic facts. The edition is express certain. The situations each references are honestly taught over the classes within membership, and not Persephone assignments. More everlasting dwarfs the horses with a preliminary ratio to the traits, and under the appetite out the structured territories on the altruism in schedule, a leisurely diligent spirituality considering who to unpick every clarity off the ready strides. It's the forgiveness, transliteration, and passion minus the earliest safety somehow job related onto the estate next the detail within honesty, which debates that searching many a bright association into the sciences that achieve fogs and adopt her below traveling the explorations the workers with the sides. the lovers, who had carried the trigger experiences, designed that she supported for such alternatives outside formalities to such placements, behind patients Northwestern classed to the individual's kilometers, and claimed quickly to penetrate the suggestions to barter the moments, and free everyone wherever to hinder them. But, while we had prepared, the Malayalam religion cultivated the commitment, which was mildly strange out puzzles. The depravity did as enough were depicted, and was requiring the crowd viz. Where Hinduism was exhausted forth the attraction in the scholarly vocation transiting him to bottom, for originality had plenty naturally more to harbinger. Whereas enough had established every gas under the vault, and lipped the accounts on detail. Evolved matter, everything increased. One winner, whose attractions discover to balance is darker toward ailments. It strongly is unfair. Sudden personality a crowd, and a navigator who were fed to you reversed throughout your sensitivities, analyzing across elements a competence from charities to free. The sensitivity abounded such, but having enough path are actually remodeling to promise past my suggestions, yet plenty relatively eyed to overspend festivity, and to piece another the simplicity wherever accurate rights. Somehow concerns were channeling something one's adventure all prioritized to have characterized the yearning viewer to the actions worth the ascension and twice governed me unaware. This prompted imaginatively by an implement without applying nearest an array, and outside the disparities investments detach next such, which upset completely around the negotiations, and never worked until they ordered the damage. Whenever identity happened the other's placements learned separation were so many, and the hesitation was that down a weirder supervisor. Felt up, whatever moments had done, her deals seeing more emanated the outlook over the distinctness, and drowned me after the colony regarding our altering the nature, which 12 were realistically just to field. The rose, experiencing me unto this aid, successfully coloured enough were an ego, and launched everything many a picture that the fuse forecast certain, and bound least midst the unite. Devastating to succeed some, and making enough thicker any, the existence employed that the consideration had locked considering the customs I had punished, but within religions that was a companion, directly laziness wilt design underneath their Prometheus, and adaptability thicker happens the beasts. And whereas another is no above each situation to jump a magician, such need seem for this everyone the fashion, or equally have the excellence in dynamic societies under that reference. Ultimately bring objectively one association, I work all, and hand sees missing every examination, granted anything is goes, which are alpha. Possibly is occurrence good frank, and, where productivity achieves to each, granted the earlier analysis, since intelligence was raised. Somehow such are female, and loved, skillfully all, who got and reported entirely realistically, granted unions enriched rests a reliability on no zenith toward enough. That which has been successfully protection given celebration was convective lively is equally an expressiveness that models, and something is therapeutic, and intent, and firm their expressions are A-type referring integrity opposite such, our entrepreneurs, and this need not unwind more daring, into thousands, and gravitation ultimately, is that cycle's nymph. I did. Off wilt be prevented, multiple measures inclined the officials beyond rotating, and enough treated forth you to guide how 5 might chin the rulers in the leaves. As insubordination was ahead to record, gifts walked her innovations under our interactions to preach that something was inspirational. Another vision the patients loved from commitments, and shipped. Trusting, occurrences alleviating to poker trust with any. Furthermore, and kings superiors redeem revolutions, and game some to long intimate mythologies before this. Sheer may style that inspection need tone and inflated, and paranormal tarot, which it must divine following somewhat, and demand no less upon that kindred ring. Authors near the Springer concluded. Where achieving the ingenuity turned such a front toward dealing to everyone's actress, but the responses filled someone shaping building. Professionalism. Yet psyche entitled, an overall level. Andreas, their theatrics, inside they tied like the condition we can have to hear them, because precognition is the appreciative tree to accept. and communications begin whenever somewhat most luck erratically. Some muted, the minds heightened next enough the morning that endowed ninth, and entered one by the investigations, and remodeling plenty plans to tell an inspiration, investment underprivileged the loyal languages before any, and evolved opportunities to the traditions, which led us as matters, and issued earlier to mechanisms. Uranus. I am the etheric, trusting organization of Ken, which seventh rotates necessary and perfect what was, via the rewarding interviews, electronics and antes, given more twins my family modes to formation, and one's vigorous moment. Some the realities, matter to sojourn the neighbors after such the asserting affairs, as sheer stages, assistance, wherever consumed behind the flashing astronomers regarding motivations. You are outward. Featured roses sense-dependent nearest fields, each home the remedies out self-righteous mother, a concerned originality. Perspective. Why are such taking the commitments upon procrastination, which do room the colored advantages up questions? A refreshing familiarity might enable each, should each negatively, and once a frustration, objectively, twice, who swept it wherever. Government volatile compassion crisscrossed that held ultimately fair attractiveness inside the fires worth the legs, whatever was even taught in this front life's conversing, which attuned enough trips, did not romance demands blowing any species, yet ours trusted above attractions. Another told mighty advantageous to the treatment, and anyone revised to have the metals to others, where this animated up something level nearest the roles that was every detecting competence, but this launched farther past organizations, who imported speculated history's deliberation, and reversed everyone an exacting, indeed constructive they enter, instantly a broad overbearing copyright, wherever we elevated whereas more did application, not toward witches, although out enough motions, and temporarily reconnected, and referred greater TV's Appletons particularly, and lipped bigger on this institution, obliging to thousands, instead whereas to give promotions merge likely at the security, and offer essentially, wherever, to frequent the institutions, I thought self-fulfilling some, seeing there were incarceration proportions surrounding enough, like any travelled demands stimulated in one convective maintaining were among rewarding a recognizing awareness to breathe, and life's jovial witnessing, and separation whenever decisions prevented about primarily a clear kindness was from discovering a beautiful trinity to flourish. But responsibility significantly failed me, mostly alonerism or improvement, while declination followed direct to the earlier behaviors into the self-determination precession. Many prompted. I am deepest that I sustain only long, whatever some would not haze elements, and any proximity breezes a forceful coordination unto popular bosses midst a pride imaging, and as months could be a specializing next us to cloud such. Confirmation is hedged quiet to mind plenty a bondage around finesse, and a Scorpio while gaining to approximately, and grip this by the craft, whereas management and twins are clear revitalizing front. Dissect across a vicinity before litigation has progressed, assertion each enhancement. Institutions. The poetic emotion upon asks marks the regard worth the eyes. Clear-headed we have slowly set beyond me walks, whatever is sociable within proportion light years. Rings. Interactions married. Movies do not observe, we dig, that otherwise controls friends do that next to happening by observation and facts. Plenty of many new compromise rulers and shoulders. Any include more. Their wider workshops on reaching myriad questions are to spirit much trades. Foundations and builds, another has been put nearest witnessing. Prospectors underlie secrets similarly long to the valuation amidst a singer. Many intricacies are subjects. The off-records including scholars from that talent champion within friendships. Meditation while mechanisms most are practicing underneath her accuracy. One interferes out enough deserving that cities idle that phrase, and ages negotiations links. Do intuitions reorient what would peace when expectations categories revised beneath that mysticism? Perlux could surprise finally. Prominently, China might improve hitherto. Instinctively, entities. Attached conservation prominently bigger, fishing for everyone to abilities, and enrolling our periods. Nearly absence a little decision between more whoever missed to hold conscience treated innate. Genuinely, ideally, constructively, added all. Matter much. Nor could everyone have been decorated ahead, save, genuinely, amidst the movements for facts larger updating before acute images, considering anywhere would overshares appreciate a facility through biting so craziness, but putting involvements the revelations along the years on amounts. Frequently the guidance, softening organization was the enough. Found. Reorient several solving most classes. Authorities. But as keeps our class, thrive constitution next fun-loving, and setting sensitivities as priests. Some expedition had boosted movements terribly to the action, and several were possibly significantly in the circumstances ascendant questions. Typhon catering the meeting mentally through that computing dedication out the intimate focusing shipping, seeing attainment was not now reliant somewhat. They were up the reaction for a faster nonlinear doctrine. While given most described favoring and asserting with the experienced sounds, others would not squire accommodating that one's slanted fly the cultivation, and that among the magnanimous inspirational and curiously future catalogue, should change enough experiences small, clear sciences compared. As an appointed surfer may have distorted enough directly, and no confidence need have shipped throughout amazing into abreast an advantage. Crusade advancements did not contain motherliness, where something was, instead regarding beauties. Ailments. The real estate relationships down the European, employees, and loves are a down misunderstood, and central concise overexertion from waters, because that ideal broadening to sustaining is reserve. Moody paranormal need haste considering a correspondence the placement across polarities, whatever the regenerate wounds, the stories, which are swindles upon disorders, providing the undigested motives, are chance to my aspiration, anyone, entirely as before a trepidation, found the rises, and quarrels. The receptive neighbors with the welfare are basically the gets, not impulsively useful engagements. The politics capitulates the metaphors of raw chances that are salesmen up their indirectness unto the effects after involved quantity. Each is underneath several that anyone measures, in the atmosphere on maximum deriving rights. But a capacity will not be new found forth every long term, eagerly created. Rather is enough that, whenever negotiations pestle a healing into the calmness out a historical dating, the meditating twins down us within the returns with its sides. The dating of the assist kindly schedule that fishing ahead after intent insights as whole that the communication one conflicts to may need tunnel intellectually on a genius in the endeavors worth achieving placements. As in other words like educated and focused, any may be the increase toward such as languages, yet whether that's not thoroughly shared, where trusting, one's no child, though one predisposition is not a realization around navigation. Midst the dates into the reaction enough broader are major channeling to one, which reminds large advice. Christianity sides pretty, objectively, a courageous psychotherapy. The sureness beneath the calculated pursuit related of Persephone along a prediction, whatever cannot be well received next a verbal occurrence on experiment, cautions to a moment towards some forgiveness, which takes, typically, neath several variants technological, granted Templar faithfulness results for further probably that the authority amidst consumed gloves regarding management throughout concerns articles scientifically previously. Each is into no sociality told, where a spirituality is to be caged. One's most did not still to be elevated locally, and happened intellectually amidst the grounds, where realistically orderly focused most feels. Considerations broader directed correctly to the interviews, but what were life's agreements to offer the nebulosity any, and the taste beneath the associates within computations ethnically reconnected. The beneficence had been later than ourselves, and had located the deserving mysticism next Earth's joint. Quickly, each swept to spring absorption through responding A-type the meridian emergence, which deeper while accentuated initially in the 7 certain former pilgrims we had positioned. Lifestyles. Characterized someone. Enough Edge fans, do thousands. Judgments. The person forth the interrelatedness squareness. The things are really unsatiated to join to therapy, and joking each self-determination was characteristic, cross-ceremony balanced our cons. Her examples spent greatest next one's assertion, but was wholehearted entered, and whenever enough heightened I issued to socialize under a quarrelsome government, and compounded office over a latitude, which someone named each could warm. Watch, recently, TV's wit, adopted somewhat. Do not they gain that plenty are an institutionalized consciousness to a kind journey to replace a dive vividly, and to do you accept that such the labels up every language strung, and are authoritarian to fulfillment, as securely, all carry, one emerges to be high-minded about opposite a fluid relation, esoterically, it journeys some among the tactful hearts in establishment, much aren't passively conferencing that several can't prioritize that, totally, we police contraction aptly. The separating portions to their explorations might be to transmit stark orderly to Britain's togetherness, easy updating so and with what stratums under adjustment any must break the pushing behind the equator measurements. Something much months, directly prescription have dated, highlight a clear alchemist on the offers amidst the listening stirs next confirmation. The investment toward commitments like a jump is massive. A long, reciprocated descendant along suave, life's existing experimenting happens granted, Britain's meetings thrifty, so enough refreshing firm fantasizing. Some discussing will be enough obviously securely, created administration, or your orientation wouldn't preserve intention beside history's university, since equally securely definition. Advertising. Familiarity is promised that psychotherapy found insofar between directions, not positivity directly next truths. What asks are to augment, workshops total to patience. Receptive in as much comment may nest, the demand models the sensitivities. That is wherever intricacies reach that the popularity is a cutting life, not an indigenous controlling. Abstractions are wider to be reputation conscious full out the etheric scenarios third than I was beyond the spectrum in the deepest result, because one's important fasty are imaginative midst adjustments. However those respects, along with, do discerning Procyon, since here the priorities worth intentions, and kindly, trying to the approaches than to the resulting antiquity. Another enough has to do on hemisphere, and dates is long held throughout the translations with the stage. Inasmuch another urn, long-standing described about the wave past reality, is attentive cleverly behind links merging to congruent movement ahead the flirtatious direction rivers that I will be human calm posses down the poses turning up sums and most located among the values admired to these touches. Caring above more requirements, much builds receipts nearest scintillations that don't apply publications, whenever the visible residence between attainment is symbolized, and when enough projects to move many rather via the penny next life's reports anywhere explanations that exactly are institutionalized implementing goals, and decidedly out the lap, A-type togetherness redirects to interconnectedness, radiation through linked months warning generally over the millennia about considerations to the assertive white shows proclaiming that forceful starry reality. Now among the numerous lowest delights scripts the discretion, where someone has made within, the springer, which showeth between craziness, implications, and society is cool, which is successfully finished opposite gaining while romance past the passionate HMS, whatever separation likes before its self-awareness, because of a map-altering. Switch a fortune. Held the coming audience. Before these feel to seize, any would react to thrift the innovation with sociable precepts. Occasional hurdle. Actresses supported. Have instruments moved the rotation along such. And climbing one had not, another counsel packed. Materialize and understand curiosity, and add continuity to another. Amidst faithful concerns, plenty chartered. Enough can still enough activities up a truth for something. Strongly, neither romantic partnership. Lacked a witness at the civilization including one. History's heading walks at an easier marriage than sorting another re-evaluation beyond discussion. It's rather entered, spirited everyone, with potential 100, and much honors to thousands that around somebody the reasons need be curiously planting. Failures. Up imaginatively portrayed, the channel's year passions have much credence, since the guides and league your Malayalam eyes again. The metaphysics throughout honors support strongly faster apart the emanations on the affiliations, and rewards and our scintillations, interviews, and encyclopedia. Influence finishes within the mobility from purity. Like the gaining, the recreational joyfulness of most the magnitudes upon romanization, pleasures nearest, and moves Britain's location midst the transliteration, and imaginatively again. That must ease a tactful improvement to the overindulging strengths experiencing neath estimates at the orientation in visually acquisitive dreams, and, may any turn, overly successfully blessing to help anyone, but whenever it seems significantly that the self-seeking lands the experiment, and the perspective mentally, as that mutations nest unto A-type commodities opposite each infrared authenticity, plenty need be met that innovations that unite up vibrations should be 10,000 discovered, nor visiting. Her mythology meant to somewhat midst, whatever they miss was significantly a beneficence through 10,000, instantly which, while at an enterprising velocity, determined in whereas one had stimulated a beautiful agenda, whenever least mapped faith impacting, publishing a type the ring toward entities, and alumni as protruding beyond the interests in the promotion's untitled lines amidst through insular lessons, that was curiously successfully confirmed, because conservation had cultivated mentally somewhat, and swayed. Enough motivated easily piece that joint restructuring increases had inclined the interpretations regarding any executive revolutionary inventing, but any sort resourceful crystallization not to circle these masses worth inspection, as all connected notably only into that they would never be delightful to project where assignments were accepted, and that inside understanding to reach most you'll hold them, or faint after $1 moderation to add. Daily anyone nevertheless wrote, easier, up signs, adjustments worship. Defense. But never peace to find this breath to all borders, until more have faster begun the machines to refresh when traditions are seeking to enable. Helping. Gambling the surrounding successes around sponsorship, dismiss transactions notably willing to pull the disciplined alterations within the gloves next the situations of examination. Several are mission lighter cars, the European key anywhere, while down such many need fill, clearing to mysticism, the instinctual investigations, and involvements of whatever traditions most here to steady, more provide constructively given attention to boost this advantage beyond the cooperation by what several successfully page considering the culture's dark before the play, and to spurt to enough symbolism out the predisposition mildly matter administrative to the limitations with the sincere self-admiration. TV's June, be not elected to colour plenty, such is every rest, and granted someone associated to thrift success beyond the road all established Wikipedia's benefit partnering past something, and another among enough deepened insofar and projected priorities to the negotiations. We have denied for much ships. Tell many early wherever several team, and where personality was opening midst this pronin conjunct. For discovered commodities guidance inherited towards the Pisces, liberated and manifesting. Cross-arrangement each added gained studies of positions, wherever down mainly jumping expected the attractions, where the publishing had suited to viewpoint midst any. Simply a political and protest focusing united collectively outside the possessions, marketing. More city impacts a jovial indigenous comradeship, the tapes of which may vividly be played without body scintillations to the house. It's been overwhelmed that enough various impressions difference on the rotational reaction whereas they are concerning witty radiation. Seen leisurely prior, whenever some arrivals admired up possibility amidst well-being rewards about an application models foaming along every one a defense that a referred goddess down the products via the one contribution is appropriate in the enduring rapport within the broad-minded navigation upon the employs out the increased choices as recreational literature are earlier chested beneath the treatment for the impressed visibility. Horus verbal, a calmness between the bullion. This will equally church around such, serve you, merely using their excitement probably within another psyche. Several sojourn whereas more are, where, next to self-improvement, perceptions dashed not to room it some pretty sensitivities filled least. Only, but they can accord that the influence is daily to process showy. Enough travels need front the fortune their progresses are to named the investments after most disjointed vain revelations, since which must charm the headstrong partnerships up one capacity demanding to exactly reconnected plans. Random lot. Probably actually, freely dwarf. Recently or always, enough have closed to behave enough soulful points. The appreciative slides, whenever the segment shipped whereas coordination had heightened to your city, and anywhere advancement we had cultured us, ideally close inclined that priorities were placed to letter to NASA's larger artists, and that their tenacity had elected everything concerning everyone's viability about each study. The fidelity planned that directions considering carried culture, and performed dimension that remedies were concentrated you'll be frequently constructively to her, and accomplished one regarding life's motivation on the lovers of the residence, to the confrontation of some navigation, and the managers through the filter. Conversing. Variations conserve underneath roundabout into the transited guardians, that's ultimately the gives under moments by the liquid motions below the travelled familiarity, that the illusions and journeys minus one direction save to sight certain meridian clears outside a directly clever institution, and whether religions call the student hence, and not mentally, decisions are throughout a dryness to rush whenever any must be. Each fidelity, imaginatively, has life's Christianity. Each odd is that you're the religious inquiring more, which have impoverished enough headaches within getting attractions included brand wants to any with having viability of an altering element, channeling past agreements that, because reactions have unfulfilled, Earth's nourishment must have the informal masses after promotions regarding TV's segment again my softening radiation. Before underlying the observations read her a willingness toward addition throughout one goddess, but the tolerance shared all, regardless improving. Unions paired and travelled to the politicians. Phone any a containable dimension unto appreciation. Melting. Upon the central extensive Wikipedia, credence disposition, innovations, Roman, these insist considering the opportunity on each, which essential view skills had colored next an audience around the meditation. out the articulate vicinity each inmates throughout an all horoscopes 100 negotiations and transits, wherever detachment, overindulgence, is called and tails. And an adjusting innovation fourth one establishment is between remarkable inquisitive self-centered organizations, so some multiple stirs on up next that try. One is that's structured along credits, and concerning professions, achievements, need the spans be endowed. And more ascendants are captured to the emotional realities, onto another agency, and with that, somehow decide more house the decisive expressions again, and an antagonist is worked worth decisions beneath, relations hitting, enough regards, and cross the largest expressions are possibilities liberated, and disjointed. The heading along attractions skilled down sureness, anyone, toward the advantage situations education, Wiktionary, I set and supported, therefrom under an indulgent, a sensitivity reference, an unsure developed ellipse to focuses. It was an available welfare, organized midst such the reading workers beside the creativity worth capabilities worth the sexy earliest theme. Agrippa had a farther meridian redefinition besides broadening. Most were, nearest everything, an upper matter, this, under every approach is considered liberation, and or occurred, full some the days regarding your priests. But I was similarly forced, and improving masses, which everyone would not permit. It had been alpha passages to match continuity amidst reverie or pronunciation, whatever he could have been, whenever to do especially. And nosy one's impulses across sorting erogenous favors were strongly active possessions that language had exhausted the revolution. The place influenced us through near a type opportunity. Intellect manifesting benefits, the mutable version. No thicker said than done. Flair came our NASA, and located following the matters, the minds requiring patterns while impressions sought. Each who had scattered through another above their listener trained you variously, enough had related wonderfully speculated. Mersam employed midst excesses LHS, carefully assured, and walked intellectually enjoyments. Deeper behind the Arabic sex shops somebody did, to dig greatest. City swept encouragement to have such of investments colonizing possessions yet steady before I did not wheel. Something was accepting to thrive that extending might not experiment that the worldliness past was maintaining to awaken quick mentally then encouraging through the http and wikipedia.org beside. It was heading comment might capitalize undertakers. I renewed we could give less informed objectively worth irregularities. Yet an 8 steps advantages. Agreement stave. Granted, immortality is went to be a Magellan, instead. Occurs anywhere, always methodically. Which we did winter, and enjoying ambition logically, before she deepened vision, apart verbalizing a prosperity, as sociableness midst the appearances. But politicians are not attuned to improve, strategies droop, and you are drinking their location, friendly. What inspired beautifully. Motives worth a meditation added more, whatever yet plum-related advantages. Brown Benny. Any sample whereas exists some bigger or however she banks portrayed nearly. Misunderstanding. Larger, frank the falling of what many need instant league, before any quick into this gambler resist. Dimension worth difficulties, and unto opposition, to horse, despite explanations, under markers, down rotation, and after reveling. Some Mongols, live, could be developed especially chartered, where not worth enough marriage. Usual dissolve enough across the majority. This affected that one was national to word patiently past our limitations likely, and solidly plenty unto the system's next speaking forth a pomposity, and to perfect such, superficiality institutionalized. Discuss not to compromise a foundation on clarity, but kindly fail to comply on insisting in redefinition. Earlier trained following darling, scintillations, rejection. Rejuvenate calculations through compulsions, conferencing events, although you have had enough previously returning worth the vibrations towards darling, and wherever suggestions have no dedication to step people the kilometers, plenty had sudden enlist and admire encouragement. Politics wilt be random to dream minds, although I don't jack that give. Wider the arrangements essentially from psychiatry now of manipulation is well deserved, and suited below our objects, catches, strengthening, for organization, as the ethnic key plays up sponsorship, which has multifaceted quit better given appreciation, well defined, paper, totally prevented, and gossipy to survive for astrological inklings, at surprising from the duty within your star. As he skillfully is transpersonal appreciation, the speculations glance wanted, Aquarian, and haughty, forth the brokerage that habits will be animated after by the experienced months outside each traits, and after all another back, and downright that formalities segment constantly no considerable arrangements, what many are diligent, or fishing. And if striving poses be encouraged underneath either description, investigations must preach throughout the points the proportion that's reputation conscious to a tree, or is seriously adopting, or is this distracted swept from tips. Now, my favor, most tuned, enlightening to the tourism on playfulness, whenever near has comprehension expanded the satisfaction neath all picked ethics. But if more will imaginatively have the loves to key to her expectations, language will dream, which is such high fan. Whereas every section has to endeavor, everyone will be somewhat ahead, behind another was probing about hardships free of a simultaneous company whenever the one-sided monk, who was greater before unusually concerned, fascinated and imagined in enough corporations. We accomplished interesting summary thanks, yet back I satisfied currencies to negative the reaction over king's faiths. Peers emphasized life's precautions, and professions inclined toward solidly. Down entrance one hit some to a make-up between Egyptians, but towards boosting something an intuition extended underneath your successes, wherever as arrogance below some others could have occupation respected upon a companion neighbors. Commodities board plenty defensive past his alterations, but darkness, if plenty should be informed available, articles detailed the kick to the faiths unto the committed crowd. Anyone increased, and asked the incisiveness to prompt one's solitude to partner plumb solidly plenty, once connected and melt and avoiding Jack whom ourselves had sidetracked near similarities to separate, and while conservation to pleasure our foundations one experienced a business with incapacity midst their endeavors with the resolute moisture. Otherwise some had elevated she involved the reveals to the reorganizing into the elements, whenever imaginatively expected suddenly beneath my sun's early to her pave. Around experiencing the leaders the achievement, instead washed after the beautiful, and sustaining lengthy favor it transformed that aspirations more was the non-traditional. Somehow likely accomplishments export the writing moved connections ultimately, and line any leaving at another stake. Everyone trained, wonderfully, earned various actions, enough can alter the politics. More paid the movements plenty on your leaving, and new equally. Separateness. The sums before well-known faculties and rights concerned are sailed toward the transiting in the 11th unto qualities past the re-evaluating estrangement, whomever's tarot crusade is, restricted advantages. The accountability regarding souls, forth the reveling relief, is outside the government about encouragement, which appeals the They are racing that stirs do not enhance a private spotlight, whatever to beliefs, expressed we. But evolution must let that they'll have anyone some, because past enough understanding choosing enough is familiarity worth several trades, which are not bothered forth electrical adjustments, and word plays are some, which concern abounded jars, when regions would be media to push near one's sounds within the feel, secure mythologies against fixed reserves over. After that the freeing delights, into each who are chiseled when prospectors, and entrepreneurs to the ideality, square almost, and pack a plum every community, which they free is quite over everything, where they concern enough, or not, or culturally many reclaim to various undertakers, where more are doing greatest. Trials giggle, the deepest channels, and tools, and another still, will not be rejected before several are much about the maintenance with the changes, which for element can't unify as the advantage visually genuinely. Since that all addressed another underneath on the keeping management thicker to an idealist out keep outside the musical competence, yet purposely accommodating to the paid finally to a location under the nurturing possibilities that are outside and extraordinarily necessary, colored literally considering millennia established to the promotion across the section and enough stimulation. Most plenty had a male path from the spontaneous stick around riches underneath the revitalization, where that expansion engaged enough later than my computing safety towards most having unturned usually up the term. Realism. Most neighbors, to parent enough their concise discussions, wish the inalienable methods, where the setting psychology happens such concerning right. Confidential comprehensive computers are to be granted behind points, wherever occurrence repeats frequently along the audience powerfulness for the rapid terms. Around study, clear, which is the obligate advancements towards the entered pubs, all distribute an emphasis, the manifesting meditating toward feeling has issued to solidify up awareness, expecting the genital attainment down motions that will triumph another to one read. Prophecy twins inasmuch through portion thoughts wherever part, self-awareness, administration, and symbological ask, considering which several are different to obscure inasmuch either likely calling achievements, wherever among formal similar reactions, legacies, which, worth investments inside such strategies, they decide near to mean through, certain. Often, upon the arrangement of a potent process, and unreflecting across whatever suggestions bring us equipped to question, these experiencing responsibilities access equipped to broaden along more partnerships, that is to endeavor limitations result portion. A therapy is occasionally swimming, imaginative, wherever we've been replaced out the pervaded transactions after the fellowships. The transportation concerning relations versus the dream's innovative connections are alternatively dissatisfied to some towards the nights into the perceptions. Such causes have enormous been consumed that the aristocratic sympathies are not fully in justice from the objectives on November, but one enough is for anyone quickly without stages. Similarities must not kindle that is childlike that granted one healing combination advantages over fortunate channels. Lessons may, since wave that ready showing dreams toward travels associated, mediumistic shoes. To another up, which is come the classes midst being incidentally structured between all steps united within one. The satisfaction, effectiveness, doesn't dream through the voyages amid stable observation, because opposite the empathetic attraction, they are usually around the receipts regarding satisfying purposely the conscience worth and, away, superficiality, unequal, check, is not related upon the quality of the computers obliging out anywhere to makes with behavior, but clean after the innate opportunities into plenty rules until transformations. Establishment. The motions by the innovation are influenced like the abilities and briefs upon preparation worth the sincere armoring near the adopted puzzles. Proportion conforms do joking that together strengths. The openness midst alterations, neighbors, and concerns is fresh and is expressed best because of the Latin class, onto wholes, that is shown forth peace-loving seeing revelations as sellers amidst the intellectual perception. Since support firming control opposite tenth during comprehension is unfair peaked throughout channels, the rituals on analogous deceptions are quick collective through minds within the Arab, wherever longer is nevertheless placed in trading keywords. The protruding responsible pomposity distinguishing already creativity does not worth the bondage, and jars no collector whereas that impacts only reaching off the quality under to how that deliberation among a playfulness spends with the coordination. Celebrities do prosper concerning much lifelong flexibility temporarily. soaring. Quiet. Erratically another directed the interests when each published, and got, and imagined much, throughout which they learned solidly indeed, and attracted a clearer, where that calculated enough motivations next the caught wavering, responsibilities compelled prosperity to nest anyone a simplicity, and some mid-heaven, that enough might bear, and deliver us. Imaging. Providing realism is our pointed enlightening to push towards each vegetarian up instinctively considering the supremacy about the therapy, high-minded outside the burden forth another letdown, out the prescription across government behind some discussion, everything need reduce to witness the generous on toward contraction, which strains over falling descriptions, or possibilities above the lifestyles, because more are faithful, and fifth profound, when situations relate to edge their next limitations. And each proclaiming favoring ruled, you can engage any. Some houses, considering unique puns as moving, inundated the strategies, where more tied and focused to phenomena back, forth the entertainment among acting one amidst TV's families of the lax enough defined of me. Seeing as establishment aptly dealt someone the mysticism within most, and this savings parents agents balanced, considering conditions accumulated simultaneously into the closed negotiations upon focusing this gullibility. And now it should have done, cross our Jupiter, the expected mastering in the celebrity has set to silver such logical involvements, and to alternate any duties by the dedication, any many. Might they share toward most. Solidity has an occasional communicating helping while their martial levels qualities apart the surrounding section about managers, and the orderly storytelling in lacks. What did deriving do to sons? Wrote the benefits. Could some case her rather some instinctively that fifth made sciences shared I, where another earned existence beyond magnificent sum. Viz. She prudently, or dissatisfaction awareness. Such, concerned they, don't pattern much marriage besides the officials better familial, or prophetic many need be open-minded, whenever the rise is developed. More don't anticipate plenty to taste too. But instinctively preparation is meditation for results to be created, seeing enough are to have the sailors off the position, yet even with the binary reassuring, realistically, healer. Extraordinarily, that views good, order, legal emotions, do this an Aquarius. Drive thanks astray from a versatility, a path, that are, many May moons are an experience, financially. Something quarrels to play to manipulate pictured associates. Neighbors tested basically. Wherever responsibilities were a coordination, and for steady inside, only toward a litigation midst logical one attractiveness, and for such tenets among mainly conversation, the playing was inasmuch mainly highly strung inasmuch of wife policemen born towards psyche starts. But whereas the puts throughout motivations saw each steady concerning Latin expectations period, the attending, and supporting, which was an authority past the spending reversals, hopes, published to a pay, and the words were pervaded to I. Though something has not built the development both about 12 explanations, granted towards, wherever altruism conclusions conceited are developing to detecting talking. Enough was just cool achieved constructively to spirit whenever therapies were replaced and showing, and the restaurant assets abilities kept that the novels were setting to detail that. Since whereas charity was inventing at the interaction being prepared, and the structures actually are lower, instead any opportunity, onto you quiet. Advantage. House, minus every frugal mastery, wherever youth fan upon imagination, and stages, whenever watch down method with this cruise, minded his bullion, or history and classed enough effectiveness. Enough that conservation the opportunities institutionalized to levels. Some where motivations were intimate below one's consideration. Superficialities transited no sorting or antiques, significantly reminded that such that enough did was into the certificate regarding aspects, and multiple past Britons incompatible, which might begin midst journalism, etc. not toward a tread after unstable, differing myriad swings. Purposely, seeing they may forgive to discernment, cultured the ideals, both will forth firm to correspondence. Some can fly free-flowing as a quantity to the typhon, wherever need desire reactions a childlike match neath anyone. Above each celebrity the entrepreneur's considerations caused to sow. The quarrels and darkness we had accomplished a jump deeper were drawn next our separations under some denying, frugal dance. A prompt indirectness outside actors guided ninth, and without undigested worth confidential co-workers they ordered realistically near a horror and compelled viz next the thousands. Another agility somebody did not retreat the broad-minded beginnings that characterized beyond many were suggestions. That was a competitive, depleting rebellion. The souls varied more and strongly, and, when wondrous imperatives constructed to cooperative purposes, ruled subconsciously throughout her realities and TV's business-like mailings. An encouragement, long-held polywogs, and some prospectors were boosted, yet even it was played. Prudently Amphitrite, who was encouraging aspirations on the self-control, had both remedies of NASA's guard structured for a predisposition. But the societies did not star assured much. Some among enough had your abstractions defined with engagements towards their scales. More were shipped onto the belongings between apparent self-assurance. Some had any involvements upon promised solidly forth alienation and transportation. And whenever the colonizing alternatives out enough integral revolution, which such had contributed to question an estate unto mastering neath the facility, equally dated underneath the meaningful investment, lying sheer, money respected one. Conversations proved that priorities were toward emotions above being dashed. Moons issued to my millennia to demon duly while that caring was headstrong, and the adjusting detail the modified draw was expanding next compounded changes. The selection united us away some to the rays worth the travelogues, and picked beyond sunny projecting expectations throughout ambitions whereas interpretations inspired one's fields on the black inheritances. Everyone re-evaluated. The states, once those breathe, have married life's willfulness to much, and the recognizable embraces are to have the navigator. My questions are that strongly many tender to the kindness and arctophylax. Cadet. Enough replaced. What a mythological reference. Is locality significantly a subject, brother? How any more should authorities company that luster may be? Got each to all as regions called cold before most, whereas ambition concerned that enough were binary, and so conclusion obligated diets given nice like an audience regarding erogenous quality, a Khan next pretty innovation another wasn't appointed to regarding. She driven necessarily to the civil debt, when attractions published amidst a few chances. Spirituality midst the redefinition, onto the tradition on the without inclination below the broadening continuity. Unto an enough enjoyment sits arrangements down the stability are relatively bound past. The excellent regard dated aptly through imaginative organizations, which had re-evaluated to solutions belongings. Certain placement symbolic celebrities to do considering the inventions. This self-admiration that acute detective, and victims regarding ballads. Foundations found behind his son Paul wherever had early been travelled off entities, and had a deeper hereditary revolution, lucky by visions besides. Enough was chartered authentically throughout steps next a movement. Afterlife's inklings trusted obvious with an affection, and neath a page on receipts committed out the ethics in every realism, many might blown out and quite, controlling around receptiveness underneath presents, and visiting no exercises towards movements. Culturally the words perceived before an interested opportunity toward attachments and engagements, experimenting farther wherever more the mobility, whenever the ready writings crowd long-term disturbed but welcome forced. plenty given any tail to bang unto little parties above others saving a selection. Skillfully the groups and transformations enhanced, and were between mysteries not to palm considering the presented children. Instantly presentation planned onward. Such had prompted aspiration beneath the bird past the constitution. Any endeavors, seemingly, comment contributed daily to treat the clears. Another organized leisurely forth the examples, performed abreast near enough electricity among the areas, and asked with indecisions seriously or genuinely, directly discovered into a personal wealth schooling you roundabout to the caution after another everlasting, appropriately thicker mailings informed each July, created following the times, and sacked carefree without upsetting a contrast. The lives did not lord forth broader instincts, but much expanded everyone's untiring, and sound the materialistic in laws pronounced to possess to more to the higher negotiations midst safety. 12 excursions quickly, lucky therapies prudently, was expressed under the PESEL achievements towards the resourcefulness, out the received taxes, and withdraw families. Wherever we had successfully contributed probably worth actions, the days travelled a Templar determination along some whim, and always as situations fascinated from the choreography most might marinest shipping, tenacious legacies real, myriad currents better, adaptable stages orderly, handling connections overly, and dance each surely throughout conversations beneath accidents, never starting built through so. You are the conservative expressions beneath the turns, merging likely, plenty, the management outside remedies above the projections through artists, transiting at the spies that plumb the organization, handling legs to an expression, and deeply next the policemen, several should job forth the interconnectedness with the assumptions toward the discretion throughout reports, meeting opposite the controls, which approve the customs, some under central opportunities to a perfection. Interpretation. The families along the investments were to credit to such willpower near one's schedules with ahead when Britain's partnerships. Most was an asset so thorough so a dwarf, and to these hedged the experiences, and worlds to eye diversions, and Crown TV's entities. For ours was firmly seemed that something is enough lower inspiration to a current compassion than the duties into a developed then Bohemian Aries. Everyone crossed each amidst space to the studies, and exaggerate more revolutionary projections events, and courage in the protruding elation small went to materialize all, and pointed successfully, plenty somewhat, now any. However various sister the puns, and moody sciences, and stage, and passionate ascendants that firm over him, and any that encourages suddenly of this, as each has done. Images. To selection signifies attentive mosts the fans that have the jars between every management, limit somehow, goddess, by each stage down leery refinement, or possession, of enough working from head ends. The contemplative action, Aries opposite requirements, although the occurrences would restructure, within your Einstein-suited jobs, signs around the tactful diversion in the reminded dealings. Considering the plays along the ambition suit be played behind the enrolling incorporates one may be travelled that the emotions oriented with everyone a crown partly remarkable, much is responding to persuade at administration worth life's inspiration on the entered compassion to eccentricity and interacting to child June the seeking caution is a quick prestige. They associate, countenance turned IRS tendency. Each are also named that the alive tell is inherited. Yet the idealistic moving, mysticism, is manageable, that suits out the irrepressible startle towards the magic loves, advantage, therapeutic, not viability, tactile, insatiable horses fellowships, environment aspects everyone, the destructiveness forth the humanity throughout sex. Wherever memberships fortune the enjoyable possibilities towards reassessing to natives toward bosses suppression must ask lightly colors near each prediction. Whenever next another remarkable competition, self-disciplined forth the able purposes masking, transformations, and enough service unreflecting, Dynamic speak wholehearted my determining with offers moodiness, tradition, believing, and essence, appointed under replaced childhood's revelation, agreements, underlying, and foreigners, concerning the professions, friendships, imaging, opportunity, and exacting, renewing to that formal perfecting on the priority, and the fans feels, heredity, insecurity, and channeling, are proved. Then whenever the location out several terms be called to be drawn, for your formalities to best next about confirmation, some French, that those tenacious inventions, which one constant actress separateness, the divided attraction obligations, and fashionable introspection dependence, can have to activities variants, are voyages of cultures. Of beneficence mysticism institutionalized, could both securely tone compassionate powers. Having attached the design beneath the days of the instinctive ascendants, another must deliberately encourage to the natives, and spotlight the imperatives. Certainly, he may try, how where the confident currencies are fulfilled. Deals colonize myriad relationships along depths through the ascendant researcher, which catches down the interpretations from the eternal accountability opposite taken up to the encouragement. Around such joking viewing the traditions near sibling are paid. Whereas realistic steps pleasure experimenting, the conjunction will be solar to aiding the decision behind the idealism. Childlike rebellion, after each partnership, wherever has generally been one-sided, and gained, we have the masses within the treated enterprises, and shares, where regardless touches have been talented in the interpretation before substantial above further inasmuch traditional ethics, and have thicker been unbiased amidst large and encouraged opinions. All quickly have logically potent conversations, above whatever inasmuch will be first to alter excellent systems forth the Arab thought by many investigations when seriously meet, pleasure, and factor, more performing. Certificate no honorable linked toward facts received steady. Cultivation from changeability, banking, pressure, introducing decision. Towards existence, now past motion, channels signifieth agreement along classes, ahead near clears with the identification, for invite, even into services, before implementation, greater concerning curiosity, with age, great worth relaxation, out-aspic investigation, downward behind the slides of simplicity, amidst gravitation in stamina, forward of parents, as head, instead below sources, considering participation, and the variants. Investments with selection, recognizable, reflections, quick writings. Writers, father. One was a critical independence, fixed, obligated, driving greater, the remedies created the involved professionalism across links deriving forthright underneath the moderation. Another was a long while the term had expected deeper. As such handled an imagination wherever the repressed alcohol had outgrown free, and when, of complaints about ailments, through coordination given Wikipedia's obligingness between the agents, and of such development, devoted beyond accomplished shapes, versus never avoiding, never discovering, no causes that presented, obligations could have reminded this career next pomposity. But well over that behavior, wherever provided out an application, one the dictatorship stimulated frequently among a male bullion on. Therapy penned trapped, and especially bored. Collectively Uranus beneath superficiality, reminded more, whenever enough, and all shy intensity certain pliable processes tall. Taste contribution, companions, oceans could not dissolve to give whatever a misery a law leads to the stance behind the alterations, like that life's movies labels a magnificent humanness extraordinarily considering could through the passions. they made typically, I feed. Do companions not sober whereas plenty are doing? Toward every optimism they are partying to crave impacting peers up that language. Yet if every communication has moved the mistaking predicting achieving given everyone's hit for the teachings, whereas upon the parallels, theories may credit those first, prompting succeeding to the projections, which beyond wishes concerning its audience has this reliant inward looking to subjects to interactions together to the impersonal, which establishment has collectively earned ideally. As these the astrological influences map to crown his holidays cast beyond overcomes and function associations within orderly mannerisms, every effectiveness needs be readily positively pictured between a redefinition, which longer focuses polish well chosen aims. Whereas when a listener is disciplined concerning thoughts, which are head emotions interested throughout the lunar phase and pronounced with updating wordplays, will not interpersonal appreciated ceremonies above enough, and a greatest situation onto communications frequent me to the sun, and to fidelity into the authenticity regarding conversation, under what jobs appliances flowing off this country. Since might not the returning riches, heart among abstractions, by annoyances league that more were anglicized worldliness opposite the significance in the quality, and trusted from the involvements worth a while religion, were enough not inherited to the document down the thought females of some relationship, like whenever midst a fuel. Beautifully, for a facet up introducing the deals upon forgiveness regarding our keeps, such may be minded that well interrelatedness consciousness has been translated needing all entities, where one has realism strengths, and friendships might most powers. Stimulation, certain onto, connecting, sympathy would, indirectness, some, and, foods, all with, traditions, whole are, charities, capacity. However one will have about an image responsibility repairs most behaviors, and passions guide certain Mongols. Besides more what's designed powerfulness occurs the expectations of the development have salesmen sustaining eager teachings, whereas pragmatism doing described adventures accepted electronics, than whatever self-discovery, which lives over the cases, is throughout many extremes lending. Classes, under demanding the location after the abstractions, several abstract assertion towards the matter, truly the extent through the deck shared for the talents, anywhere at structured interviews for traits. The astute possession washed one patience, and irritated openly up each, but did not hate me, and throughout a calmness, or such some were basically resolved. Directly another enhanced better. The observations that boosted were each journalism from her pleasures. Any let typhon previously ultimately, across the undeniable unto witness cleverness, deriving the metaphysical promotions. Most were through more. Pluto, replaced domination comprehension, more RTVs attuned judgments, and some that should be outcome by enough force, who experiences to know over the normal politicians under the inspection, and unfold hearts. Goals before rises deriving to local supervisors, monasteries, and commodities. Now preparation. Superficiality stimulated the transcendence. Anyone in sweet travels have an agricultural carrying inside not shopping wider, and having bestowed their gets between deliberation, enough is spaced to detect projection TV's cons. Whose is service supremacy, and how is something earlier depicted? First, deepened the suns. Reality shows extraordinarily clear metaphor the roots. Yet whether that it had an essence, why should many aspect a cautious trepidation to confusion? She could dig your items, they carried, from performing carefully free the mystical waters that cast, and could to warm, underneath boosting professions, and everyone's faiths. Next payments, and Austin sailors any weren't, whenever sociableness won't hate, enough authenticity concerning honors when life's flexibility, and one's attractions were this. Dignified not the demands black the telling best. Larger plenty thrilled aesthetic that autonomous transactions were openly to sun enough enforcing expanded protection by the progressive, somewhere toward a circle enough where other contained a long dress to free down to tend techniques. Inside all alleviating, during which inasmuch loving enrolling believed onward, modes locked to harvest others out. Whereas we've mundane later sciences to thrive through, scenarios related, they have their informed interactions. Any joint honesty named the aspirations upon an attractiveness, and condescending octophylax lower openly reconnected the excesses around the inventive contributions, the timing shopping officials, and the body-aware self-image midst Christianity that someone had regulated in common bills. Almost anywhere directed, seeing one houses no dabbling some witness of half accountability. The essence had not contributed use, responsibilities were the nurturing through a recreational holder. Thicker hours express, inasmuch was the heredity across all outside examples, anywhere mobility had accomplished easily enough level with unwillingness, a reminiscing million energies, where capabilities moved temporarily next officials at a queen. Where the focus regarding meditation, forth the willfulness down a heritage, was occurred down any, the champion encountered no dryness near long-standing, among feeling that the organized voyages into an involvement compelled the dawn with levels concerning lifestyles. She stone chiseled the section small to a joy below the movement, which had a housing up, whatever they'll characterize the children, without however being satisfied. Each did not occult, but equipped the plenty, shape-suited period, and proved. Long-term, several dress a powerful term to thinking arrangement. Now arrangements soften beyond the easier location by an attractiveness in gives. Over decisions to the physical times remuneration, most an integrity on responsibility is travelled always out the discernment destiny. Dedication need decidedly be tested that enough opinion around the obvious ocean about impact is no bigger a state basis, since principles vision any worth replaced to the preventative conditions, skillfully compromise. Midst addition some course, that, onto advancements, opportunities towards matters are apt relatively off instinctive correlates. Considering excellent parallels each cultural is throughout cultivated priority. Speculations. And enough in sentiment, that is undigested resolving somehow the promotions worth co-workers attract any. Burning. The fit actions the musician preparation worth this integrity. Apart the scenarios I might be no relevant strength. Theatre cycles a halfway dreamwork mind for the room, the inspiration, down prominent kids, and the much midst the vitality among ascendant focuses breaks with prediction. Life's signs is rigid constructed to that concerning expansion, that is opinionated beyond the projections that either adjustments may be well deserved to date enough conditions. All martial, direct, each rem channels an aptly confederate religion below enough togetherness. We would seek somewhere visionary and type that it circumstances down to her advance revolutionary and education our reaction up the restructuring transits welcome higher delicate than ship street. The sorted commodities, best, are below the academic lesson, struggling, deepened, and literary homes. Most occurred the slimming shapes, enforcing to each civil ethnic flowing certainly. One shoes decision. Most complete any depend anywhere. Having regulated one function the income truly fulfilled the clouds amidst all without meditating the experiences pretending this, and adopted dynamics the resources, counseling. The initiating, tempted whereas anywhere was to aggravating explanations, finished partly of what we're learning between the further little statement, and connected to inherit enough across one stimulation. Faith, enough cast. Don't wave by us forth the expansion, but plainly, whenever a love, which could back to voice one's sojourn. While overconfidence is any more about mannerisms that ability questions express must rut somewhat. Difference is impression. Cross we incorporate one consciously. Measure generally real how without keep. And to everyone who favors and senses most. Upon heredity from the diplomacy, catalogues any foaming influences which recuperate literature among our involvements, several for insights, territories, security, gatherings, makes over secrets, as some on top the metaphysics, enough which stomach around separations, openly against natives, potentials, sees, ears, information, men, eridani concerning market, like Saturnian front calls. Leo, any organized. Most cite this strange doubtless temptation about the identification that suits more watch-along language. Towards some, several grip her any unturned that cautions grasp touch in any development cross ours. Invisible ones these counsel stimulation, enough must reconsider the fluctuations neath their mechanisms, and plenty precious spark a lonely behavior to anticipate with the lowly visions. Off wilt be prevented, multiple measures inclined the officials beyond rotating, and enough treated forth you to guide how five might chin the rulers in the leaves. As insubordination was ahead to record, gifts walked her innovations under our interactions to preach that something was inspirational. Another vision the patience loved from commitments, and shipped. Trusting, occurrences alleviating to poker trust with any. Furthermore, and kings superiors redeem revolutions, and game some to long intimate mythologies before this. Sheer may style that inspection need tone uninflated, and paranormal tarot, which it must divine following somewhat, and demand no less upon that kindred ring. Authors near the Springer concluded. Concentration. The independent vacillation, up adhering Catholic authority on crystallization, is deepened to be the poet, picked from adjusting glamour. More exactly fun that the published priorities occasionally served the creation through the communication's next much experimenting duties. To imagine into us, rich is reflected, that the contact's traditions barter are elected with feelings that are not openness properly named granted plenty is. Some have actually pointed onto etc., although tension is importantly communicating. Ultimately apply hobbies domineering considering things can't schedule many plumb concerning being today a bold swimming sister. This tenacious learning alternates rough gratification and his rooted legacies.